Testing, testing. 1 2 1 2. Test, test. Is this finally working? Are we live? Are we good to go? Testing, testing. You are testing? Okay. Thank goodness. Okay, after much trial and tribulation, we are finally here. Oh. Your voice is testingly subtle? Okay, hold on. Let me adjust the volume a little bit, because on OBS, I think the levels are good. Testing, testing. What's the volume like for you guys? Just so I know. Let's gonna take a break. I'm really sorry about the delay. I'm really sorry about the delay. I could not figure out for the life of me what was wrong with my router. I need to bring up a guide. I need to search up a guide on how to. I think it was something, for some reason, something about its my mind's like blanking. Something about its connectivity just didn't. It just wasn't going through. I have no idea how that's supposed to work. Average could be louder. Okay, hold on. BGM's a little low. I don't think that's too much of a problem. I'll tweak it slightly. Should be the same level as it was prior for my last stream. Hello, how are you today? I'm actually doing much better now that I have working internet again. Hold on. Let me... Potato King, thank you for the 70 gifted memberships. Goodness. Welcome to the 70 new Footstools. I hope you enjoy those emotes, and thank you so much for your generosity, especially after I made you sit through all of that scuff. Again, I'm really sorry about that, guys. At that point, just unplug the... See, I tried that, and for some reason that didn't work. So... I keep saying that I'm going to replace the router, but I never get around to doing it after streams. But this time for sure, pinky promise, I will get it replaced before the next time I stream. Welcome to the 21st century. It's only debuffs. It's only debuffs from here on out. Alright, hold on. Let me just check some of my other OBS settings. YouTube has been weird on streams today. Yeah, YouTube is usually weird on streams most days, to be honest. Alright. We could all... I'm not going to say what my provider is for OPSEC reasons, but I've long grown tired of calling them up and trying to get them to help me with things like internet speeds and such. It seems like regardless of which provider I switch to, I just need to wait around 6 to 12 months before the same things happen again and I need to switch once more. Back from the gym, pray for the cat. Oh boy, oh boy. Alright, so... just a preface before we get into the stream proper. For those who didn't see, last week I had a collab on Mollington's channel, Lord Mollington's channel, where we talked about Anya's graduation as well. For the sake of not wanting to overlap with what I talked about on his stream too much and not wanting to repeat myself between the two streams, there are going to be some bits of the discussion around the Anya graduation announcement that I do not touch on as much in this one. If you haven't seen that collab, please feel free to head on over to his channel and give it a watch. I'm not sure if someone's timestamped it yet. I'll check after this stream is over. In the case that hasn't happened, I might head on over to his channel afterwards and timestamp it as well, because I know it is quite a girthy VOD. So I understand if some of you guys aren't bothered to sit through the entirety of it to skip to certain, and you would like to skip to certain parts of it where we talk about certain specific things to do with her graduation. As always, this VOD is going to be timestamped though, so just wait a few hours after the stream ends and the pinned comment will have a timestamp of the VOD. And in addition to that, the slides here, this isn't a a proper return to the way that I usually did planned streams before, because this was a little bit of a off the cuff topic, so to speak. But there are I do feel like the slides for this stream are a little information dense, so I will be uploading them onto the Patreon, as always, link in description. If you click on it and you subscribe to the Patreon, you do not need to pay any you don't have to pay any money, you don't have to join as a member. As long as you subscribe, then you should be able to access the slides for this stream and all of my previous streams that have slides, so you can go through them at your leisure. I think that about covers all of the things that I usually talk about for each stream. Very excited for this one. Anya and Yen is a very fascinating subject. See, the thing is, what personally grabbed me about the situation wasn't so much Anya's... It wasn't just her graduation announcement in and of itself, because when we talk about Anya's graduation today, I am going to be focusing specifically on the announcement and how that was done. But what strikes me about it was how Anya's graduation is, in my opinion, a very good case study for, well, as I titled the stream, narrative building, and specifically how narratives are usually intended to be used by companies in this space, but in this specific case represents what happens when all attempts at trying to establish a narrative around the graduation basically fall flat on their face. So, yeah. I can't believe Phase is a black corpo. See, you say that as a joke, right? You say that as a joke. But there certainly do seem to be aspects of this graduation, or in other words, aspects of the way that this graduation has occurred, that paints Phase in a less than favorable light. Not exploitative, per se, but certainly not as competent as most fans would prefer to think that it is. 6 hours of content is not really safe for one man. That is quite fair. Although I have done worse in the past, just on my own, yapping on this stream. Narrative, the rats, yes. Indeed, we will be talking about the rats, crushing rats, chasing rats, setting them loose to catch some cats, etc., etc. Suzuki and their second-hand trucks in the Philippines. Believe me, this screenshot, the source for this screenshot and the source for it will be coming up at some point later on in the stream, because you can't really discuss Anya and why she was such a challenge for FaZe in terms of, you know, PR, narrative building, etc., etc., all of that good stuff. You can't really have a proper discussion about that unless you acknowledge some of the stuff that happened before Anya became Anya. So, don't know many FaZe fans that think the company is competent. I will say that in general, I don't know if my experience speaking to other FaZe fans differs from yours a lot, Samsara, but in general, I do find that most fans seem to be quite comfortable with where FaZe is at in terms of how capable they are as a company. So while I don't think that a lot of people, even fans of FaZe and the FaZe talents, are going to go out of their way to say, oh, FaZe is run really, really well as a company or whatever, there is this general consensus that it's in a good spot and it's capable of remaining there, I would say. And again, do I think that FaZe is perfect? Wait, let me check how long I've been streaming. Fuck no. No. Do I think that FaZe has managed to do a good job thus far? Yes. Are there glaring holes in how they do things regardless of that? Also yes. So FaZe are doing better than they were. I mean, that is the problem is, and this is something I talked about in the last stream that I did on this channel, where to say that FaZe is doing well, so to speak, you have to consider what metrics you're using in order to come to that conclusion. Are they doing well objectively versus are they doing well relative to their competition? FaZe has been doing well relative to their competition by a large margin since the beginning of this year, pretty much. Or I would say around halfway through last year, pretty much. But again, that's only relative, because all of their competition sabotaged themselves. Whether FaZe is doing well objectively, that requires things like looking at what projects they're pulling off, what events they've managed to pull off, their revenue, stuff like that. In terms of events, FaZeCon, pretty major win. This is kind of rehashing stuff that we've talked about before. But in terms of, do they seem to be functioning smoothly? Yeah, for now. But like I said, the beginning, 2026 has not been very kind to FaZe Connect in terms of just being, this seems to be a year where things go wrong and we find out just what the limits of FaZe's capabilities are as a company. So yeah, FaZe is in a good spot on the whole. The Anya situation, I think the problem is more her than anyone. See, that is a pretty common interpretation that I have seen, right? But the point that I'm going to get to later on in the stream, and I'm kind of spoiling things a little here, but the fact that there are people, not even just a tiny minority, but I would say a relatively significant minority that are actually having this discussion and playing this game of who's to blame for Anya's departure and the way that she left, that is in and of itself a sign that things did not go to plan. There's a lot of smugness about how there's no Yabs compared. I don't think that smugness is going to remain there after 2026, I'll be very honest. I just don't see that being the case. This has been the year where FaZe fans get humbled properly. FaZe community sentiment still seems to be high overall in spite of prior issues. Oh yeah, I would say that morale in the fan base is pretty high. But again, morale and whether there seem to be objective indiscernible flaws in how the company does things are two things that work independently of each other for the most part. Or sorry, independently is probably not the right word. They affect one another, but they don't always correspond with one another, at least not in any given moment, right? So morale can be high, but at the same time, FaZe can still have problems as a company. And it's only if/when those problems become so bad that they become publicly observable that morale will then tank or rise to reflect that. Yeah, FaZe has not really had proper competition for a while. I said this on Mollington's stream, but FaZe's current position is that of kind of being the EN-based VTubing corpo heir apparent. So what I mean by that is not so much that they are not the kings of the industry by a big margin, because Hollow and Niji exist. But they are at a stage in their growth where a new VTuber corpo debuting, even if they manage to get a strong opening lineup or a strong initial performance, doesn't really seem to present much in the ways of competition for FaZe. So right now they are in a spot where they don't seem to have... I would go so far as to say they don't really have competition. Because I don't think I think FaZe is still a long way away from being able to actually compete with Hololive and Niji Sanji in terms of just raw numbers and operational power, I suppose, for want of a better way of putting it. But they are also not in a position where I think they are out of the league of most VTuber corpos that are debuting this year or last year. Is winning really winning if you have to discount the actual... Yeah, no, that's my point, right? Which is why I wouldn't say that FaZe is, I wouldn't say that FaZe I wouldn't say that FaZe has no competition, but the way that I would categorize that competition is a little tricky. Even FaZe Talents will say that FaZe Connect is just a moderately successful. Yeah, I do think moderately successful is a nice way of putting it, because to be honest, yeah, right. Like they have achieved more than their compatriots, let's say, their peers in the industry that emerged around the same time as they did. But that's not really saying much in the overall context of how things have gone on this side of the industry. Is SVA a competitor? No. I would go so far as to say that no adoption style agency is a competitor to FaZe or any other traditional corpo, because they fundamentally do things in a fundamentally very different way. And the objectives of both business models are also completely different. Adoption style models seem to just be money burning exercises for the CEO, whereas traditional corpos are actually trying to make money at some point in the future. So, staying afloat is a victory, especially in the context of other corpos. I suppose so. But again, it's that question of, are you talking about objective success or are you talking about relative success? Because I would say that staying afloat is relative success, but I would hesitate before saying that that is an objective metric of success. Big fish in a small pond. Yeah, I think that's a pretty nice way of summing up FaZe's position. Only one sells copy. That's true. Corporate tribalism is stupid, really. I tend to agree. However, that being said, I also do not think it is tribalistic to categorize and draw lines between different corpos with different business models. And I also think that it is important to maintain that there is a distinction between corpos that have different business models, and in the cases where they do, not to use one corpo as a measuring stick for another corpo when both are doing completely different things. When adoption style agencies succeed or fail, I do not think that it is fair to hold those up as examples of why traditional style corpos succeed or fail, and vice versa as well. But that is a sort of that's a tangent for a different stream. Was Amcha's favorite FaZe coffee flavor? I've never managed to get my hands on a bag of FaZe coffee. I know that they do deliver to Australia, because I believe either Clio or Jets, or possibly both, have gotten FaZe coffee in their hands before, and they've done a video and or stream trying out the flavor. But personally, I've never ordered a bag of FaZe coffee, because I'll be honest, the wait time plus the delivery price, the shipping price, is just too much for me. I am a fan, but I have limits. I have limits on how much I'm willing to shill out in order to get my hands on some merch. If the shipping doubles the initial buying price, I am not going to buy it. Just regardless of what it is or who's selling it, I'm not going to buy that. Just did get her coffee. Ah, okay. Is FaZe coffee any good? It depends on who you ask and which flavor you're talking about. But yeah. From what I hear, I've heard mixed reviews on Clear's coffee, although my sample size for that is admittedly not very high. Some of the other beans that have gotten quite a lot of praise from memory seem to be, I believe, Michiru and I think Dizzy, although I'm not certain about that. Novelty of having an anime girl on the packaging only goes so far. Yeah, exactly, right? I like the jelly coffee before I was a Star Knight. Oh, okay, interesting. I'm kind of surprised how long it takes FaZe to get merch to customers. Merch in general is a nightmare in this industry, whether it's, whether you're talking about just making it, shipping it, trying to produce it without getting scammed. All of that is there is if ever we managed to get, well, how do I word this? If there is one sort of great filter for success in this industry as a business, it is probably, for a company, I should say, in this industry, it's probably going to be how well, whether you can overcome the difficulties in the way of delivering merch. One of the great filters is going to be, are you able to secure merch? Are you able to iron out all of the logistical issues that commonly occur when you're trying to deliver merch to your viewers? And so, there's still Jorbs. I haven't checked recently. Yeah, I saw. I saw Dizzy's birthday stream. VTuber toilet paper is such a funny idea. Now, it would have been infinitely funnier about, what, 6 years ago? But then again, FaZe Connect, well, Dizzy wasn't part of FaZe Connect 6 years ago, so. Even Hollow lost money on merch this quarter. Yeah, no, I saw. But between tariffs and just general fuckery, merch has been a really rough aspect of the industry for most companies to conquer, let alone most indies. Because from what I've seen, most indies, when they actually try to produce merch for their viewers, it seems to be this constant process of stepping on a bunch of different pitchforks laid out on the ground. Sorry, not pitchforks, garden rakes laid out on the ground to try and figure out which companies to partner with are scammers and which ones are not. It seems like at least once every 3 to 4 months, we get a different story of a merch company that several large indies, usually based around Twitch, have worked with that turns out to be a complete and utter sham business. But, I mean, that may just be bias on my part. Doing anything that requires anything outside of your company's expertise makes everything 10 times harder. That is true. Outsource it to some company like Horizons. That is my point exactly, right? Novel Horizons was not even the first of its kind. I don't believe, if I remember correctly, Novel Horizons was run by, I know that either the CEO or the COO was previously the CEO of MSM Talent. But aside from that, I think I read somewhere, this might have been on TVA. I think I read somewhere that either the CEO or COO was involved in a failed venture under Novel Horizons' previous name or something along those lines. But I need to look into that to see if that is the case, because right now all I've seen about the situation are random Twitter posts and that stream that Dizzy did about bankruptcy in this space, and that's about it. But it does sound like yet another fascinating example of, I don't think I'd call it a pyramid. I don't think I'd call it a pyramid scheme or a Ponzi scheme, but definitely this trend that seems to emerge among Twitch indie VTubers, where a lot of them sign on with a supposedly big company, and then they all get scammed together at once. But again, topic for a difference. In any case, I think I've been yapping for like half an hour or something. Let me switch over to the slide. All right, is everything working? Can you actually see my Fugi on screen? Hold on. Testing. Okay, there we go. It does seem to be working. Novel Horizons does seem to have become the biggest drama. I don't think it's as big as V-Shoujo. I think that's a bit hype. I think that's a little bit of an exaggeration. But it is definitely quite sizable, purely because of the names involved. You also would be surprised if some of those VTubers that got scammed. I don't know if I'd go that far, but there does certainly seem to be a trend where people realize that they've been done dirty and they stay quiet about it until someone else complains about being done dirty, and then everyone gets onto the timeline to collectively say at once, sorry, we've all been scammed. Sorry you only found out after chargebacks can no longer be made, but hey, we'll do better next time. And it's difficult to point that out because the VTubers are the most prominent victims of the scenario, even if I would argue they are not the most significant victims. If we are to get competitive about things, I would say that that particular dishonor goes to their viewers who actually purchased the goods that are never going to be delivered. But it's an ongoing trend in this industry that just it does not seem to be shakeable. Is there anything that... Sure. I have no evidence of it, but with how crab bucket mentality is on Twitch, I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah. I can understand that sort of suspicion around that particular little subsection of the industry. The Setsu manager guy who only remembered the Horizon CEO was a scammer after... Yeah, I think that was the post. Yeah, I think that was the post that I was thinking of. Happened to Grimmy multiple times now that she's been scanned, and I'm really starting to wonder. Yeah. It's when the same names come up in multiple instances, people start to make conclusions about, the names of the creators involved, or the names of the creators getting scammed, rather than the scammers. Because at this point, it's like that meme of how Bao has become this magnet for scam artists and con artists in this space. It's simply because when you get more and more stories of falling for scams, and the only common denominator is you, people are going to start to latch on to that at some point. Yeah. See, it's like, are people mad at Bao because of a recent... That's a whole different thing. Actually, I might yap about that a little bit after the planned yapping section of the stream is over. But in any case, so, all right. On the topic of today's stream, narrative building and graduations and protocol and yada yada. Before we start, I want to go through something that we haven't done in a while, just a few disclaimers. First of all, as always, all the information that I'm going to be presenting on screen is going to be is sourced from a was taken from a public source, right? So anything that is shown here or cited here, you can find for yourself to just confirm that I'm not, taking quotes out of context or whatever. There will be an occasion near the end of the stream where I end up citing members-only content. Now, obviously, I'm not going to show it on screen in order to validate that what I'm saying, what I'm relaying is accurate. However, the source for those quotes that I will be bringing up has been made public, so it should be possible for you guys to individually find your way to the original footage, where you can then go through and compare what I'm quoting to what the original source says in order to validate what I'm relaying to you guys. And aside from that, as always, the aim of this stream is not to harass or attack any of the individuals involved. If I see any of you guys engaging in that kind of behavior or touching the poo, so to speak, in any manner, I will be forced to ban you from this community. And aside from that, it's just the usual stuff whenever I do a stream of this nature. The objective is to critique, but not to attack a specific individual or whatever. Oh no, I don't have the disclaimer side. I'm doing this all from memory, so no worries. Isn't there a typical slide for disclaimers? I've done it. I've done the same disclaimers enough times to the point where at this point, both you guys and I are familiar enough with them that I should be able to rattle them off from memory. And also, you guys know well enough what is okay and what isn't, I would assume, at this point, because I've been doing this for a while. Also, on top of that, dates may be off by about a day or so. I've done my best to adjust according to time zones, but there may be 1 or 2 instances where the dates are slightly off by about a day in either direction. Any more than that, please feel free to point it out in chat, and I will correct it accordingly when I'm going through the slides again before uploading them. Alright, so before we get into the stream topic proper, even after all of the yapping that we've done thus far about various different things, I want to start off with a little bit of a tangent, sort of ease into one of the concepts that we're going to be discussing. And this is, I want to bring up a phrase, a little bit of slang, something that a lot of you guys who've watched my content before will probably have heard of and be familiar with. A little Australian gem, a little phrase called yeah, nah. Now, for most of you guys who are not Australian, when you hear or read the phrase yeah, nah, assuming, of course, you haven't heard it from me, or you haven't heard previous instances where I've explained what it means, you may look at this phrase and go, that is complete and utter nonsense. Because if you just examine it based off of the literal meanings of the words presented in that phrase, it doesn't really make sense. Yeah being an informal expression of agreement, nah being an informal expression of disagreement. Shove those two things together and you're presented with a phrase that supposedly means something. But again, if you are not Australian or not a New Zealander, not a Kiwi, you probably have no idea what this phrase is supposed to mean. And the reason why I specify Australians and Kiwis is because this is a slang term that originates specifically from our two cultures and our two countries. And to sort of explain what it means and how it is used, I'm going to give you guys a little bit of a scenario, run through a little bit of an example to sort of give context to this specific phrase. Let's say that we're presented with the following scenario. A road incident, right? An accident on the road. Let's say that we're in a scenario where driver A, who's, driving a blue car, pulls into a main road without looking both ways, and in doing so, causes a collision with driver B. Both drivers are fortunately uninjured, but now comes the awkward task of having a conversation with someone while crossing your fingers that you don't get into a road rage incident, right? Because property has been damaged, there has, a fault has occurred, and now comes the interaction that's supposed to smooth things over. Let's say that driver A gets out of their car and they say to the other driver, "I'm so sorry, are you okay?" And in response to this, driver B says, "Yeah, nah, I'm fine, just pass me your insurance detail." Now, to properly explain what yeah, nah actually means and why it is a phrase that we use very casually in our culture, we're going to have to talk about the difference between text and subtext. This is something that we've touched on before, but just as a reminder, text consists of explicit messaging, or what is said out loud, right? What do you say in the action, what do the words that you are verbalizing actually mean when taken at face value? Subtext, however, consists of implicit messaging, or otherwise, what is only suggested. The thing is, in every interpersonal conversation that we have with another person, in most verbal interactions we have with another person, there are two levels of communication happening at once. Text, or what is said explicitly, and subtext, which is what is conveyed through non-verbal means. Now let's take another look at that conversation, that interaction between those two drivers. When driver A says, "I'm so sorry, are you okay?" that's the explicit message. But the subtext beneath that consists of two corresponding messages as well. When driver A says, "I'm so sorry," that driver is subtextually conveying that they are not looking for a fight, that they want to be amicable, they want to smooth things over, and so they are willing to outright admit to fault. However, the unspoken message with the question, "Are you okay?" is that, to some degree at least, they are concerned about the other driver, right? when you ask someone if they're okay, the implicit message is that you actually give a shit about whether they have been hurt or not, or how they are doing. And so, when driver B responds with, yeah, nah, I'm fine, just pass me your insurance details, the function of yeah, nah is twofold. Yeah actually signals, I'm willing to get along as well, so it acknowledges that first implicit message from driver A, and the nah signals, your worry is acknowledged, but it is not necessary. Yeah, nah is essentially designed to be an explicit verbal acknowledgement of a subtextual message, and an informal one at that. And this is the true function and where the phrase derives its true meaning from. The reason why Australians and New Zealanders say yeah, nah in a casual conversational context is because part of how we culturally try to, make people around us at ease, part of how we try to relax other people when we're speaking to them, is by acknowledging subtext as if it was said out loud. So when we say yeah, nah, it might sound contradictory, but what we are actually doing is acknowledging both the thing that you have said out loud and the things that you have said implicitly all at once. And as a result of all of that, this is a cultural practice that feeds into why, when you talk to an Australian, when you talk to a Kiwi, sorry, give me a second. Apologies for that. Had to sort of clear my throat. So part of the reason why, when you're talking to an Australian or when you're talking to a Kiwi and they start getting relaxed around you and they start signaling that they want you to be relaxed around them, they might start dropping this phrase here and there. And every time they do, they are trying to acknowledge something that you are saying without actually saying it out loud. However, the other reason why I wanted to focus on this phrase specifically is because yeah, nah is a great example of how communication in all of its forms occurs, it derives, I would say, at least half of its meaning from things that we never end up saying out loud, or things that we never end up saying explicitly. Yeah, nah is an utterly nonsensical phrase that derives its meaning purely from shared cultural context. Try to say yeah, nah to an American in casual conversation, or to a Brit in casual conversation, and more often than not, they are not going to get what it is you're trying to say, because they lack the shared cultural context to actually give the phrase its subtextual meaning. And when it comes to this reliance on subtext to derive meaning, yeah, nah is a specific example derived from the cultures of Australians and Kiwis alike, but it is not in any ways unique in that regard. Plenty of instances of communication exhibit that same reliance on subtextual shared background, context, whatever, in order for that communication to be successful. In other words, there is a part of our brain that continues to look for subtext whenever we are trying to communicate with someone, and that part of our brain never really shuts off. When this communication is face-to-face, voice-to-voice, the divide between text and subtext is pretty obvious. Lomi, thank you for being a Footstool for 19 months. Armchair, missed you. Hello. Thanks for showing up again for this stream. Glad to have you back with us. So, when you're speaking to someone out loud, right, you're having an interpersonal conversation, you're talking to them face to face, there are a lot of things that go into what you understand from, what you understand that they're saying that are not just what they say out loud. Your brain is constantly looking for subtextual messages. So, of course, you have the text, which is, what is actually said verbally. But the subtext, and this is equally as important when it comes to actually discerning what it is you're being told, right? It consists of a bunch of different things. Body language, facial expression, tone of voice, and as well as cultural context, the whole reason behind that yeah-nah tangent. And as human beings, this is exactly what our brains have been fine-tuned to look for when we are trying to communicate with another human being. Except this part of our brain never switches off. So even if you change the medium, we still keep looking for subtextual messages. We just change the things that we take, or things that we interpret as subtextual messages. Let's say that we change the medium from spoken communication to written communication. In this case, the text in question goes from being what is said out loud to what is said in writing. And the things that create subtext change as well. Instead of looking at things like body language, facial expression, tone of voice, or whatever, when you're dealing with written text, when you're dealing with a written medium, instead the things that you start focusing on are things like grammar and or its absence, syntax and or its absence, vocabulary and the connotations associated with the specific words that are being used, and also form and conventions of those forms. Take, for example, a text message. There is a big difference between saying yeah, all lowercase, full stop, and saying yeah, all uppercase, exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. The word is exactly the same between those two examples of the message. However, the surrounding context, grammar, syntax, they end up conveying completely different tones. And the thing is, this applies to pretty much anything that our brain interprets, right? This isn't just when it comes to communicating in the form of one medium or another. It extends beyond that. This extends to even things like, for example, even the most basic forms of messages, like, for example, narratives, which is where we hit on the main point of this stream. A lot of the meaning, I would go so far as to say most of the meaning behind narratives is actually subtextual. It's not actually something that you would be able to discern just by taking all of the words written on the page at face value, but rather it comes from you coming to your own conclusions or drawing from some sort of unspoken pool of meaning that lies beneath those words. And when it comes to the subtext behind narratives, often, because, narratives are, when people talk about narratives, you often think about things like books, or you think about things like articles, or anything along those lines, something written, right? So in that regard, a lot of the subtextual aspects of the text are the exact same as any other written text. You have grammar, syntax, vocab, form. However, narratives also have an added level of subtext, which are morals, or intended lessons or takeaways that are not stated out loud in the story itself. Funless, thank you for being a Footstool for 24 months. Only 2 years. I thought I was going schizo, but the stream is real. Finally, after a long struggle with my internet. Also, hello, it's been a while. Hope you're doing well. Thank you. I hope you've been doing alright as well. Have you been doing alright as well? So, take, for example, one of the simplest forms of narrative that exists in our language, right? Fables. Narratives that are so simple that they are designed to be told to children to impart some sort of moral lesson that might help them going forward. Let's go with 3 examples of pretty popular fables, right? The frog and the scorpion, the hare and the tortoise, and the fox and the grapes. Now, to briefly go through each of those fables for those who haven't heard of these before. On its surface, Frog and the Scorpion is a story about a frog that offers to give a scorpion a ride across the river. While that scorpion is sitting on the frog's head halfway across the river, it decides to sting the frog. And when the frog asks, "Why did you sting me?" the scorpion simply states, "That is my nature." Now, explicitly, it's a story about a frog trying to carry a scorpion across a body of water. But the implicit moral is supposed to be that some people just have a harmful nature, and or that kindness cannot change people's nature. Then you have the hare and the tortoise. The explicit story is that a hare decides to challenge a tortoise to a race. They start running, the hare gets overconfident, decides to start sleeping, and the tortoise ends up winning the foot race in the meantime while the hare is still asleep. Now again, the explicit story sounds a little nonsensical if you boil it down to just that. But the lesson, the implicit moral, the thing that gives the story its meaning, is supposed to be that talent is no substitute for dedication. and laziness can rob you of victory in spite of all the talent in the world. Lol, said the Scorpion Lamau. Yes, exactly. And finally, you have the fable of the fox and the grapes. The explicit story is that a fox comes across a bunch of grapes, tries to grab a bite of those grapes, realizes after all of his efforts that the grapes are just out of reach, that there is no way that he could possibly manage to get a mouthful, and he comes to the conclusion that the grapes must be sour. Now, explicitly, that sounds like a story that's, pretty lame, but the moral of the story is that envy will often drive people to denounce or attack the things that they cannot attain. Pretty simple stuff. So, when it comes to interpreting the meanings behind narratives, much like any other form of communication, but I would argue even more so than most other forms of communication, in order to understand what is actually being said, we as human beings are conditioned to look for subtext. We are conditioned to look for the things that have not been said out loud, but are, in most cases, the main body of meaning that we are supposed to be internalizing. And on that note of actually trying to interpret subtext, trying to discern the messages that are not explicitly there, we're going to get into the main topic of the stream. Now, when it comes to discerning implicit messages in media, there are two concepts that commonly get brought up when people are having a discussion about what is or isn't being said in something. One of those concepts that I'm going to briefly bring up, that I don't personally really like, is something that many of you will probably have heard of before. And that concept is media literacy. Media literacy. Essentially, the ability to critically analyze and create media. Everyone and their dog and mother, so long as they have access to the internet, has probably heard this term before, usually used in the context of someone trying to sound smarter than someone else and trying to assert some sort of authority that their interpretation of a text or thing is more accurate or more justified than that of another. Now, there are many reasons why I do not like this term, but to just go through a few of them, it is overused, extremely so. The closer you are to some sort of fandom community, the more overused this term is likely going to become in your experience. It is also very commonly misused, to the point where people basically use it as a substitute for intellectualism or to assert their intellectual superiority over somebody that they're arguing with online. But the more important reasons that I do not like this is because, besides the fact that it is very cringe as a direct consequence of being overused and misused, so off to the point that it is that it is a concept that is extremely self-evident, right? The ability to critically analyze and create media, basically to recognize that media is constructed, that it is used to convey a message. No shit, Sherlock. Obviously, that is going to be the case. So for that reason, media literacy is kind of an okay, it's a decent concept in terms of telling people, setting a goal for what you want people, sort of like a skill that you want people to possess, like breathing, right? But when it comes to actually trying to explain, articulate, or give people the ability to critically analyze or create media, to understand the mechanics of how those things work, media literacy doesn't really take you very far, right? You either have it or you don't. And understanding the definition of the term does not bring you any closer to actually critically analyzing or critically creating media in question. For that reason, another term, which I prefer much more to this, personally, because of how it is more specific and therefore it offers more utility in terms of breaking down how things actually work, is instead something that comes up fairly often in the realm of, PR, marketing, etc., etc. It's kind of a buzzword, but I still think it has more it has retained more of its meaning than media literacy. And that term is narrative building, or in other words, the process of organizing information to create a coherent narrative around an individual, initiative, group, or enterprise. Basically, the process of grabbing information and putting it together in a way that makes sense to the people you're trying to appeal to. Now, whether it is true or not is a completely different question and set of ethical conundrums, but for now, we're just going to focus on putting things together in a way that makes sense and is compelling to remember and or pay attention to. So, when it comes to narratives, specifically as they relate to this industry of, VTubing, commonly, when you guys think about narratives, or when just viewers in general think about narratives in VTubing, often the way that people interpret it is through the lens of rats, right? That slang term that has emerged on the internet. I don't know, did it originate from 4chan or something? 4chan is by far the place where I've seen the word being used the most, but I have no idea if rats is a term that originated from 4chan. But in any case, when people think about narratives in VTubing, this is most often what comes to mind. Oh, Bunsey, welcome to the stream. Welcome in. We're just starting to get into the meat and potatoes of the actual stream topic. So, most people think about rats, and the thing is, for the most part, that's not a problem, right? Because you might just think, oh, okay, what's the relevance? Oh, it's from a Pecora stream. Ah, okay, I see. All right. So, most of the time, right, when you just look at, rats, the term, you might just think, oh, okay, so, what's the problem with this, right? Because it's just short for narrative, so what's wrong with just using the term? The issue that I often have with the term, and in terms of the way that people think of narratives when they just think about it as an extension of rats, is that, well, few things. It has a bunch of connotations that people tend to take for granted when they think about narratives, right? A bunch of assumptions, connotations, whatever, that people tend to filter their understanding of narratives in the space through when this is the most prevalent way of referring to narratives in the space, right? Usually they think about it linked to, rats brings up the idea of informal, often sometimes hostile discussions in places like 4chan or other forums in this space, right? It often is used in a way that's synonymous with the implication of malice, that someone or something is being maliciously undermined by the spreading of these rats, right? It's plague-like in the way that the name makes it sound, right? It's often connected with things like rumor mongering or drama, sometimes to the point where rat or narrative is regarded as synonymous with rumor or shit stirring in this space. And finally, rats often is associated with the idea of things or claims being unsourced, right? That they don't necessarily have a logical explanation, but are rather highly constructed or absurdly constructed, and that is that's where they derive most of their entertainment value, and that is why they spread, right? When it comes to the way that most people think of narratives in VTubing, most people think about rats, and when they think about rats, these are kinds of the things that come up in the brain. However, the reason why I want to push back against this idea, this understanding of narratives in this space a little bit, is because this kind of denies you a full picture of how narratives as a tool can be used in this space. Yeah, for sure, you do have gay ops on 4chan or whatever that try to, make or break some indie VTuber's reputation or something along those lines. But the usage of narratives as a tool to dictate, influence public opinion, public perception around a specific individual, entity, or whatever, it goes way beyond that. And one of the things that I have noticed is when people think about narratives in the space, specifically through the lens of rats, they tend to ignore a completely ignore a massive part of how narratives are commonly used in any media industry, which is specifically as a promotional tool, a branding tool, and a marketing tool for companies. And in the interests of kind of fleshing out the concept of narratives and how they may be used not against a corporate interest, but for a corporate interest, I want to bring up a paper It was published all the way back in 2015 in the Public Relations Review, Volume 41, Issue 4, called The Power of Storytelling in Public Relations, Introducing the 20 Master Plots by Michael Kent. Now, this is not a paper that was designed to sort of act as a conclusive summary and in-depth analysis of all the different ways that narrative, storytelling, and public relations are intersected with one another. But this was a paper that attempted to be among the first of its kind that tried to draw an explicit connection between the act of storytelling and the discipline of public relations. Specifically, the way that this paper justifies connecting those two concepts together is a quote that I want to share with you guys on page 482 that says, quote, "Although public relations deals in truth and transparency, the same event holds many nuances of meaning, and the job of the professional communicator is to construct a narrative that resonates with an intended audience, as well as to curtail the tendency of individuals to search for their own meaning in organizational events." Essentially, what that quote means, even if it is a little long and in some places a little pretentious, is that basically the job of a public relations professional is, to some extent, railroading opinions and interpretations, because it is human nature to look for unspoken meaning in anything that we are trying to understand or trying to interpret. Therefore, when presented with that tendency in a demographic that you are trying to secure or trying to influence, part of your job necessarily is going to involve looking at the material that they have access to and trying to find some way of essentially penning in just how many different interpretations of something they can come up with and try to narrow down the possible, or at least the popular interpretations, to things that you are okay with as a company or things that you are okay with as a brand. When a client hires a public relations professional in order to try and do things like build a brand or control a company narrative after a controversy has thrown a wrench in the way that it is perceived, part of that professional's job is going to be constructing stories or telling stories, taking control of stories that surround the client. And part of that is going to involve looking at how many different ways, one, acknowledging the fact that one single event, as the quote said, any one event has multiple different elements to it that can be interpreted in different ways. And second, to pick and choose what aspects of that event matter, or will matter in the sense that it will create a compelling story, not matter as in like objectively important, and to assemble those individual bits of information in a way that is memorable, appealing, and will naturally spread in a manner that benefits the client. And in the interests of sort of breaking this down a little bit further, this link between storytelling, narrative, and PR, this article identifies that when it comes to trying to tell a good story, so something that is not in the sense, not good in the sense of being virtuous or morally sound, but good in the sense of compelling and likely to spread. When it comes to identifying the components of a good story, this paper narrows down 5 specifically. The first component is emplotment. Essentially, it's just the assembly of the act of assembling individual events into a narrative with a plot. Now, what I mean by a plot is just that it has some sort of through line of meaning throughout, right? You can have a famine, a plague, and a bunch of animals, you can have a famine, a plague, and a bunch of animals dying as disparate events. But when you put those things together, suddenly you get a biblical disaster, right? Then we move on to the second component, which is narrative theory. Now, narrative theory is, again, it sounds fancier than it actually is. Essentially, narrative theory boils down to the assumption that human beings use words and storytelling to understand the world, and as a result of that, storytelling is a natural part of how we communicate. In other words, if you don't bother to integrate storytelling or aspects of storytelling into how you communicate with people, someone else is going to do that for you. Whether that someone else is going to be the person you're trying to communicate with or a third party outside of that. In any case, you need to, if you are interested in shaping opinion, if you are interested in communication in a manner that gets people to listen to you, one of the things you're going to have to do is work off that baseline assumption that one of the most effective ways of communicating is storytelling. And if you don't get that, you're going to be at a disadvantage compared to other people who do. Then you have identification. Now, I've asterisked this because based on which papers you read, sometimes the writers come up with varying different interpretations of what exactly identification is. But to try to make it as simple as possible, like the baseline definition from what I could find, identification can be defined as a connection established with the audience via sympathy, or in other words, we're not so different, you and I, antithesis, we're not like the others, or ignorance, or essentially the use of subtext or the prodding of the subconscious in order to create a connection with your audience without them necessarily even being aware of it. Now, what I mean by ignorance or identification through ignorance is, take for example, there are certain words in our language, right, that have a higher degree of meaning or connotation that have been infused into them over time. Take, for example, words that invoke concepts that are so basic to our existence that we don't tend to think about it that much. Words like family, or happy, or sexy, or something along those lines, right? These are words that words and concepts that we have often been exposed to so often that they create in our heads, when we hear them, a whole bunch of assumptions, feelings, unconscious thoughts or whatever, semi-conscious thoughts, I should say, without us even necessarily identifying consciously what any of those things are, because they are just that common to the way that we think about things, right? And so when it comes to identification through ignorance, this is when communicators will use words that have that high degree of charge in them, things like betrayal or family or whatever, in order to essentially elicit a response from whoever's listening without the listener even necessarily being aware of it. So again, pretty simple. It's just worded in a way that doesn't immediately make obvious what it's trying to refer to. So, actually, yeah, Xanthropy, that is a connection that I'm glad that people in the chat have been picking up on, right? Much like with PR in general, the bulk of storytelling's effectiveness lies in things that are not said explicitly and therefore not really noticeable when it's done well. So when you have a good story, people don't tend to pick up on, well, most people don't tend to pick up on the fact that it is a good story because of the subtext or because of the morals or because of whatever. People just feel like it's a good story, they just remember it, but they might not be able to put their finger on exactly why. Same thing works for PR. When it works well, it's basically invisible. When it goes wrong, everybody only remembers that. So when it comes to identification, that's, from what I could tell, the most basic definition. Now, there are other attempts at defining identification in various other papers about PR and storytelling that range from being, as basic as this to being a little bit more cynical, right? One of the other definitions that I came across was identification is a process of wearing away is a process of numbing someone's sense of self-awareness and trying to replace that with a feeling of connection instead. Right, so that's like one of the more cynical interpretations of what identification consists of. Essentially, eroding an individual's sense of who they are and trying to replace that with a feeling that they want to be connected with you in some way. Right? But that is, like I said, a more cynical interpretation. I don't think I would use that universally as a definition of what it means when someone identifies with something or someone else. But that aside, identification aside, the next component that the paper brings up is form. And this one's also kind of self-explanatory. Form basically refers to the structure and context that makes the information in question, or the bits of information in question, more memorable, and therefore more likely to spread. This is basically this essentially requires the professional that is using storytelling as a tactic to pay attention to how exactly they are implotting what bits of information they've decided to focus on. Because picking out which things to emphasize is only half of the process. The other half consists of actually figuring out how you are going to put it together, in what order are you going to present different bits of information to make for the easiest, the most digestible, and the most memorable story that you can. Well, I was thinking for the 5, I don't want to think about my family being... Okay. When I use those terms, it's not necessarily because they're connected with one another inherently. I mean, I'm just bringing up different words that people tend to have implicit feelings and or responses to without even thinking about it. And I do think that... I don't know if I'm digging a hole for myself or not, but I do think that generally speaking, when someone hears something being described as sexy, the instinct is not naturally to think, oh, what are the mechanics behind that descriptor being added to it? It tends to just create a bunch of unconscious associations that something is, in the case that it is fairly self-evident why something is being referred to that way. It tends to just create the implication that the assumption that something is attractive in some way, or that something is just nebulously good, or will draw people in for some reason, right? Senora Tortillas, thank you for being a Footstool for 22 months. Hello to you too. And the final component of what makes a good story, according to this paper, is... Look, when you're looking to build a family, the first person you add to it is usually going to be added because you find them in some way attractive, right? When you're seeking to go out and make your own, right? I'm just saying, at least at some stage of family building, that becomes a concern. The final component of good storytelling, according to this paper, is what they refer to as the use of master plots. In other words, overarching plot archetypes that have distinct tropes and focuses. Now, as to how these master plots are used and what these things even are, this paper identifies that there are multiple different master plots, each complete with their own set of tropes, like I mentioned before, that they do have overlap, but generally speaking, stories about how something exists, or stories that affect how something is perceived, will likely draw upon one or more of these master plots, and will center around one or more of these master plots, usually 1 to 2 to maybe 3. And in terms of what these master plots are, as the title suggests, the number of master plots that are identified in this paper is not 1, not 2, not 5, not 10, but all the way up to 20. And the 20 master plots... I do not have one of those slides in here, unfortunately. But when I do, I'm just going to spring it on you guys anyways. I'm not really going to give you guys much warning in any case. So the 20 master plots that have been identified in this paper go as follows. The first one is adventure. Basically a story about a journey. And the reason why I specify a story about a journey is because the focus is not so much on the people participating in that journey, but on the journey itself. Right? The nature of it, how it unfolds, the intention, yada, yada, yada. The second master plot is discovery. A story that is centered around a character's pursuit of knowledge and understanding. The third is escape. A story that's centered around someone being held against their will and who wants to get away from whatever is holding them. Fourth, forbidden love. Basically, couple versus stigma, or society. Then you have vanilla love. Couple versus circumstances. Two people who want to be together and who have to overcome circumstances in order to end up that way. Then you have maturation. Coming-of-age stories. Stories that attempt to track a character's growth over time and in the face of changes in circumstance or sudden trials or whatever. Then you have metamorphosis, a literal changing between different forms, when something goes from essentially existing in one form to existing in an entirely different one. I'm talking about physical changes, things like werewolves or transformers or whatever. Then you have pursuit, a story centered around a game of hide and seek where a character and or party chases after someone or something. Then you have quest plots, stories about a character or party that journey to find something or someone. Of course, you guys pick up on metamorphosis specifically. Then you have rescue stories, stories that center around an individual attempting to save something or someone from the cruelty of the world, the general cruelty of the world. Then you have revenge plots, a character taking the law and or morality into their own hands upon being wronged. Then you have riddles and or mystery plots, challenges that are issued to the audience to figure out what is happening using clues or vague bits of information scattered here or there. Rise and fall plots, which are pretty self-explanatory. Something is on the up and then it goes on the down. Rivalries, the pitting of two competing characters against one another in the pursuit of the same goal. Now, very often, now specifically as rivalry plots relate to VTubing, one of the things that you guys might have noticed, probably will have noticed, even if you haven't put it into words, is that rivalry plots, when it comes to, narratives surrounding companies, are actually fairly common. Except those are usually not plots that the companies themselves lean into. Usually, those are plots that are essentially cooked up by the community members or the fans of those companies. Things like the Niji versus Hollow rivalry, or the Vshoujo versus every other company rivalry, or the FaZe versus World rivalry, or whatever. Usually these are sort of romanticizations or a little bit of power scaling that happens amongst different fan communities. And it is pretty, this is fairly common, right? However, another thing that accompanies the commonality of rivalry plots emerging amongst fans of some company or other is an idea that we've talked about numerous times on this channel, but essentially that people usually struggle to understand or view companies as corporate entities. People inherently lean towards perceiving companies, interpreting companies as other people instead. And companies know this and lean into it as well when it comes to how they make their, how they go about their PR strategies or whatever, when they're shaping PR policy or whatever. And thing is, when people are trying to understand what a company does or rationalize what decisions a company is making, they usually won't interpret the company and its actions through the lens of, oh, this is a corporate entity that is reacting to shifts in circumstance or the market that they occupy. Instead, they will interpret it through the highly human and highly narrativized lens of heroes versus villains, oppressor versus underdog, morality versus, evil versus good, or, whatever, right? And this whole aspect of making companies into interpreting companies as human beings or extensions of human beings. That is revealed in how common rivalry plots are among fan bases when it comes to how they understand their favorite company or whatever, and especially how their favorite company relates to and or interacts with other companies in the space. But again, that is part of a broader trend in this industry that is inherent to entertainment, I would say, where people just don't see corporations as corporations. They see corporations as people, at least to some extent, right? And then finally, but next up we have sacrifice plots, where a character makes a sacrifice with a steep price and the story explores the process by which they came to that decision. Then you have temptation or greed plots, where a character is tempted by something or someone. And these stories tend to center more around the character that is being tempted rather than the object of the temptation. The object of temptation could be anything. It could be fame, fortune, desire. But in these stories, they mostly center around exploring the effects of that temptation on the character in question. How does it affect their development? How does it bring them low after experiencing a high, or something along those lines? Next, we have transformation plots. Now, transformation plots differ from metamorphosis plots in the sense that with transformation plots, they don't refer to a literal change in how you exist. They just refer to an internal change. Maybe you go through some sort of experience or encounter or circumstance, and due to that, something within you changes. You see the world in a different light, or you come to a different set, or you grab a completely different, you develop a completely different set of beliefs compared to your previous self. That is an archetypical transformation plot. Then you have underdog plots. Plots that center around the idea of a little guy versus overwhelming odds, overwhelming opponents, and or overwhelming obstacles. Pretty self-explanatory. And finally, you have wretched excess plots. Stories that center around one actor or two actors that have an immense amount of potential or access to an immense amount of resources, and then just simply blows it all. They waste their potential, they squander what they have, and at the end of the day, it just is supposed to act as a sort of a cautionary tale that expresses some sort of grief and or indignation that so much was lost with so little to show for it. Now, obviously, I'm not expecting all of you guys to internalize each of these 20 master plots within just the span of this stream. Even I have not memorized all 20 of these. However, when it comes to interpreting the way that corporations employ narratives or build narratives around themselves, their brand, and try to use that as a way of appealing to their audiences, these master plots provide a pretty convenient set of presets that we can use to sort of try to understand what the company in question is going for. And, of course, the best way to sort of gain a grasp of how these plots are used in narratives, or how narratives are built to begin with, is to try to apply them to a case study from the space. Now, when it comes to understanding how these components of a good story are actually used, one of the ways in which, at least in my opinion, one of the useful ways that you can sort of separate these five, one of the useful ways that you can categorize these five, is some of these components are actually, active components in the sense that they involve conscious choices that you make in order to shape the narrative deliberately. And some of these are more so passive components or implicit assumptions that you have going into the process that inform what you're going to focus on and how you're going to go about your business. Now, in terms of which components are active, I would say that emplotment, identification, and form are all active choices, right? You choose which individual events you want to pick out from a situation in order to create your narrative. You choose how you want to identify with the audience for that narrative. Do you want to go with sympathy? Do you want to go with antithesis? Or do you want to go with ignorance? And finally, you choose what form your story takes, how you structure the thing, how you contextualize the information presented within it. And when you put all of that together, you get something that is as memorable and digestible as you can possibly make it. So, the other two, of course, being narrative theory, right, and master plots. Both of these are sort of semi-conscious in some cases, often unspoken decisions that you come to before you start actually crafting the narrative proper. These are just sort of baseline assumptions that you hold going into the entire thing, right? Choose your own destroyer type process. Wait, are we going to talk about the Anya thing? This is for those who haven't shown up to my streams before and are just tuning in for the topic, this is how I usually go about doing streams on certain topics, where I'm more interested in a specific case study as they, insofar as they are an avenue to explore a bigger principle to do with how people communicate, or how people make media, or how people do things in the industry. In this particular case, the thing that I wanted to sort of go through is specifically how narratives are used in this space, not by, randos on a forum, but by companies trying to establish a brand image, or creators trying to essentially set in stone an interpretation of how something occurred. And speaking of creators setting in stone an interpretation of how things occurred, an easy example, really easy example of how narrativization or narrative building can work in this industry. We'll start pretty simple, an example that I've talked about many different times on stream before. VShojo, right? I saw some people bring this up earlier when I was going through different master plots, and I think some of you guys picked up on which master plots the VShojo collapse relate to. But essentially, let's take, for example, VShojo's collapse, VShojo's downfall. The full story of VShojo actually has a lot of different moving parts and components, right? There is a lot, in other words, you have one event, which is their collapse, but there is a lot of surrounding information and context that you can pick and choose from in order to create whatever narrative you want when it comes to how you want people to interpret the way that VShojo existed as a thing in the industry. So just going through, off of the top of my head, the different pieces of information that we are aware of, the sort of timeline of how VShojo existed in this space, right? First, you have San Fran tech bros. The way that VShojo started was a bunch of San Fran tech bros who decided to approach some big Twitch VTubers with a business proposal. Then they managed to secure investor funding. Company everyone knew was bad, but nobody's story to tell. Yep, exactly. Then these tech bros somehow managed to secure investor funding, and they pitched a new revolutionary approach to running a VTuber corpo, both to social media and to the creators that they sought to recruit. Then VShojo managed to recruit a bunch of big indie talents, usually based around Twitch, that over the course of the company's lifespan. Then company executives allegedly engage in astroturfing and subterfugal smear campaigns against both former talents who have left the company and also other corpos in this space. Hololive and Cover Corp are but one confirmed. Well, actually, I'm pretty sure both Niji and Cover, Anycolor, Cover, Niji, Hololive were both confirmed to be the targets of these said, smear campaigns behind the scenes. Then the company attempts multiple initiatives in order to generate more revenue, brand value, and profit, before failing to make any money throughout its lifespan. Then they fail to secure any further investment to stem the bleeding, and then the talent stopped being paid on time, and eventually they stopped being paid at all. After that, the company decides to commit charity fraud in an effort to recoup some of its expenses, and around that time, or thereabouts, talents begin to trickle out of the company. The company is then exposed for stealing from charity, specifically the IDF, Immune Deficiency Foundation, and talents, stealing from charity, talents, and failing to deliver merchandise to viewers. And it collapses overnight upon being exposed for doing this. Company executives then have their alleged behavior exposed via various callouts by former talents and orbiters. I don't see befuddles every Twitter sycophant alive, and everyone who hates JV Corpus till finally someone takes the risk and tries to sink. Yeah. So I left out the sort of cultural impact of VShojo, but generally speaking, if we're just going with, information on what happened, right? This is sort of the list of all of the different moving parts that went down with the company. However, as you may have noticed as I went through that list, this is a lot of stuff. This is a lot of information. There's a lot of dot points, and as a result, it doesn't make for a very punchy, concise, digestible, and memorable story. Even more so if the objective of telling the story is to elicit sympathy. Because if you start getting into things like, for example, how their initial sales premise didn't actually make much sense when it comes to how they would make money as a company, and later on you arrive at the conclusion that talents weren't being paid for months on end, naturally, if you bring that up, people are going to start questioning how smart or stupid you actually are. And when people start questioning that, it tends to get in the way of their ability to feel sympathy for you. So, naturally speaking, when it comes to this information, what you are going to need to do is go through all of this and pick and choose which bits you can put together in order to create the most digestible and memorable story possible. So, we can begin by going through this big list and starting on the first stage of narrative building, which is implotment. Figuring out which bits are worth emphasizing and which bits you can discard in order to, serve whatever you are trying to communicate or whatever you are trying to do. So, in the case of Vishoujo's initial expose by Iron Mouse, basically everything out of this timeline was cut, except for around 5 to 6 different dot points. Those being that talents were not paid by the company, that Vishoujo committed charity fraud, that talents were beginning to leave, and that, well, because of the company stealing from pretty much everyone involved except for the executives and maybe the staff, upon being exposed, it just collapsed overnight. And when you narrow down that big fat list to just these 5 or so dot points, suddenly this becomes a narrative. These aren't just individual things that happen. This becomes a coherent story, right? A story of fuck around and find out. You have a company that doesn't respect its talents, doesn't pay its talents, decides to steal from viewers, talents, and charity for good measure. They get exposed for doing so, and they collapse overnight as a result. It's punchy. It's short and it's to the point. It even gives you a warm, fuzzy feeling that at the end of the day, the company deserved to die, and that's exactly what happened. However, that's not all there is to narrative building, of course, because then we have the next stage, which is identification. Who are you, as a viewer, supposed to identify with? Through, in this case, sympathy, antithesis, and/or ignorance. Now, obviously, it's not a matter of just one of those three, it's usually some combination of all of them, but the most obvious one on its face, the one that you can probably pick out just by taking a superficial glance at the situation, is sympathy. Who are we supposed to sympathize with when it comes to our interpretation of this story? And when you want to get an idea of who you're supposed to sympathize with when you're looking into like a controversy or a drama or something in the space, a really easy way of discerning that is just by going through the various videos that people have been making about the situation and figuring out which talents are used in the thumbnails the most often. Who's used in the thumbnails the most often. And when we look at the story of Vishoujo's downfall in terms of how it was told through second, third-hand content or whatever, the faces that you see being used in the thumbnails, the faces that you are, through the traits of the medium, right? Because when you put something in a thumbnail, it's supposed to draw the viewer's attention. The faces, the people you are supposed to identify with are, on its face, the talents. The people who were part of Vishoujo when everything went down, and the people who were stuck in pre-debut when everything went down. So, when it comes to who you are supposed to identify with, in the story of Vishoujo, when crafting the story of Vishoujo's downfall, these are the people that you are supposed to sympathize with, right, when the story is put together. And I want to also clarify, when I point out how a story is constructed, or that deliberate choices are made in order to make it more appealing, or memorable, or digestible, I don't want it to sound like I'm trying to make it sound nefarious or evil or anything like that. No, quite the opposite. When I explain how things are, when I explain the mechanics of how something is made, or how a story is assembled, or whatever, or why it's appealing, or how it's designed to be appealing, I don't mean to come off as if doing this is by itself evil or manipulative. This is simply par for the course. Whenever we communicate anything, we default to some degree of storytelling. And all that differentiates individual people when it comes to those interactions is how good are they at assembling the story and telling it. And this is no different, right? Lucky Mint didn't get fully roped into V-Show for the collapse. Same can be said for all of the other pre-debuts as well. It was really, like, V-Shoujo's collapse was cosmically bad. But one of the silver linings is that even though a lot of the pre-debuts got fucked over, arguably they weren't as fucked over as if they debuted under the company. So when it comes to identification, the V-Shoujo collapse, the story of V-Shoujo's collapse is pretty straightforward, right? This is who you're supposed to identify with. And finally, we get to form, right? The last of the active choices, the active components of how a story is assembled. In this case, the form that the story took was a call-out video by Iron Mouse, which nuked the company from orbit and kicked off the entire thing. And one of the things that various people pointed out when audiences were first reacting to Iron Mouse's video was how a good section of the video wasn't actually talking about V-Shoujo or its collapse specifically, but rather centered around Iron Mouse's personal experience with CVID and her experience working with the Immune Deficiency Foundation. And the reason why that is a highly relevant talking point for the purposes of narrative building and interpreting the narrative of how V-Shoujo collapsed as a company is because the medium that Iron Mouse went with, the form that Iron Mouse went with, was explaining how this was a story of betrayal. Right? This was a company that she had trusted, people that she had trusted to take care of her, and they had abused that trust. They had exploited her and her audience, and as a result, this was a company that could not be allowed to continue existing without being called out for what they had done. And when it comes to form, this was probably about the most effective form that the narrative or the initial impetus behind the narrative could have taken. Because as all of us know, the company collapsed like 24 hours after this video went live. No talents left in it. All of the socials locked down and silent until Gunrun decided to make a statement saying that admitting to charity fraud. And when it comes to the story of V-Shoujo, these are the various active components that went into assembling how that story took place. This is why even a year out from when the whole thing went down, people still remember it, right? People still in their minds have a very clear picture of how they understood V-Shoujo's collapse and how the emotional beats of the story felt. This sense of betrayal, of exploitation, of surprise. When people realized that this golden goose was just shitting yellow rather than actually laying golden eggs. And so, having gone through all of the active components, and I don't think we need to talk about narrative theory, because as we've gone through before, it's pretty self-evident. All that's left is discerning which master plots took over and characterized the way that V-Shoujo's collapse would be narrativized and remembered thereafter. And arguably, there are quite a few. But those are, at least in my opinion, escape. Obviously, you have the idea of the talents being held in V-Shoujo through deception or outright, deception or emotional blackmail. And, when they leave, that is a big part of the emotional core of the story, seeing these talents shake off an abuser. There is the idea of pursuit, a story of hide and seek, where the talents, and Iron Mouse especially, is hunting for accountability from the people who were in charge of V-Shoujo, who left them all high and dry. There is a revenge plot within the way that V-Shoujo is remembered and its collapse is remembered, of the people involved in the story taking morality and enforcing morality into their own hands upon being wronged, Iron Mouse making that expose, Kason deciding to interrogate the Vishojo JP CEO on stream and declaring that she quit in the middle of that stream. You have a riddle and mystery aspect of the entire thing. There's a lot of questions surrounding the entire event, such as, for example, where was all of the money going exactly if it wasn't going to the talents, and various other aspects of their operations, and as well as connections between certain founding talents and certain members of Vishojo's executive team. And all of this is, of course, it presents a little bit of a challenge to the audience in order to try and figure out or theorize how exactly the entire thing happened, using various different bits of evidence scattered throughout the entire debacle. You have, of course, rise and fall. I think that was even used explicitly in one of the Oh, okay. Yeah, it was even used explicitly in one of the biggest videos about the entire drama from Muujin, how the top VTuber agency got exposed as a dystopian nightmare, the rise and fall of VShojo. So, pretty self-explanatory stuff there. Rivalry, when Vibe and Yanners started coming out, and was it Vibe and Yanners? I think it was Vibe and Yanners specifically that disclosed how the company's COO would hop on 4chan to spread rats about other companies. Right? This idea, almost comical idea, popped up about VShojo engaging in a one-sided rivalry with other companies in the industry, specifically HoloLive and Niji Sanji. The whole Thanos Scarlet Witch meme of "you took everything from me, I don't even know who you are," that kind of thing. You have temptation or greed plots occurring throughout this collapse, because obviously the whole thing collapsed because a bunch of executives decided that the last people that should be paid are their talents, the whole reason why anyone gives a shit about the company. You have a transformation story, albeit not a positive one. This idea that this was a collapse that was so traumatic that multiple talents still have trust issues when it comes to corporations in this space thereafter. And you have an innumerable amount of Twitter people that will now forswear any notion of believing in or supporting a quote-unquote VTuber corpo going from there on out. And finally, of course, you have a plot of wretched excess that accompanies the entire thing. Stories of champagne parties with gold bars present, of people wandering in drunk off their ass and only invited in through connections or courtesy, and perhaps not even through an official process by the company itself. All of these things scream debauchery and excess, and that has become one of the defining traits of the entire story surrounding VShojo's downfall. Yagu literally told an investor that VShojo's collapse would have no effect on business. Oh yeah, obviously via euphemism. Yeah, I remember that. So, in general, when it comes to how people remember VShojo's downfall, arguably you can say that the biggest master plot that characterized the entire thing is rise and fall, right? Because it's the simplest, it lines up with it the most. But overall, when you're trying to discern how people remember the story of VShojo's collapse, these tend to be the master plots that people focus on. Sometimes, as is the case with me, and other creators who are more interested in the nitty-gritty, the unspoken questions and conclusions about how VShojo collapsed and how people were involved in that, we might characterize it more as riddle/mystery when we're talking about the thing. However, in general, the more popular interpretations were somewhere along the lines of escape, rise and fall, and wretched excess. However, again, I hope this acts as a sort of case, an application of the principles thus far that sort of demonstrate how narratives are assembled in this space, right? The amazing industry mixers where no irrelevant actually shows up. Yeah, I'm still not really sold on the idea of industry mixers at all, because at least from what I've seen, they seem to be magnets for interpersonal drama. I always see more Twitter posts about people complaining about the mixers, or people complaining about the mixers, rather than, you know, some sort of positive thing about the mixers, which kind of makes sense, because you would assume that, you know, the whole point of those mixers is to be exclusive and confidential or whatever. But yeah, I'm yet to be convinced that those things do more for the industry beneficially than not. But in any case, so the reason why I go through this entire process of showing you guys how narratives can be built in this industry is because this industry, like any other, has a very close relationship with the act of storytelling. And for one specific reason, because just like any other industry, VTubing is trying to sell you something. And VTubing is trying to sell you VTubers. And like any other product, part of what goes into making them appealing to buy is building a story around how they came to be and how you could yourself come to form a connection with them. And so, before we get into narrative building proper, as it is used by corporations, how it may present challenges for corporations, one of the fundamental things, one of the foundational assumptions, premises, facts of the industry that I've brought up multiple times before on previous streams, that I want to bring up again for the purposes of this one, is simply put that VTubers are products. Unless we are able to establish this one foundational understanding, we are not going to be able to properly dissect or understand how narrative building works as a sales tactic or as a branding tactic as used by various different companies in this space. VTubers are piloted by human beings. Yes, they are designed by human beings. Yes, they are desired by human beings. Yes. But fundamentally, what a VTuber, the complete package, is a product. Something that is designed to be sold to an audience of viewers that will regularly dedicate their time, emotional investment, and actual money in order to support. And when VTubers are marketed, or part of the reason why VTubers are marketed, is because of the fact that you are having them sold to you as members, prospective members of their audience and or communities. Now, when it comes to understanding how VTubers become products, usually you can break down how VTubers become narrativized, or how narratives are built around VTubers in order to make them more appealing, on three different levels. You have narrative building around the VTuber as an individual, narrative building all around a VTuber as part of a group. This is most often relevant when you're talking about a corpo, and specifically a traditional corpo that has waves or gens. And finally, how a narrative emerges around VTubers as part of a company, and how the specific narratives around an individual VTuber, around their specific unit, end up forming a part of an overarching narrative surrounding the corpo they belong to. And again, the best way to understand what I mean by using all of these concepts or whatever is by applying them to a real life example taken from the industry. And I'm going to use an example that's near and dear to my own heart, right? A group that I personally enjoy content from. I'm going to use FaZe Connect's Wish Invaders to demonstrate what I mean by narrative building on an individual level, a group level, and an enterprise level. Start off with individual. Let's say we have one talent that we want to focus on. One talent that has had narratives emerge around her through her over the course of her extended career in this industry, partially because of her own attempts at being unique as a content creator, partially because of what her company has done to try and monetize and promote her, and partially because of what her community has done in order to try and promote their Oshi, right? Let's say we have Dizzy Dokuro specifically. The individual components that go into what creates the basic building blocks of an individual narrative surrounding a VTuber consists of, from
I would say it consists of these 4 basic components, right? 1, the design. The most obvious thing that you are going to notice when you first look at a VTuber. The model. What traits does the model have? Things like the overall shape, the expressions, the clothing, the color scheme, all of these things that go into the visual design and should, at least, you would assume, make it distinct, right? Distinct from the other products in the space, so to speak. The next thing that usually acts as one of the foundational building blocks of the narrative surrounding an individual VTuber is their debut, right? What is their debut like? How do they present themselves during that debut? And even if their current persona is nothing like what they were on debut, as is often the case with a lot of VTubers, not even just corpos, but just any VTuber in general, you try holding up a stream from last week to their debut stream, there's going to be a world of difference if they've been active for more than about a year. One of the reason, even if it is the case that they are drastically different now from the way that they presented themselves during their debut, the debut nonetheless functions as an initial introduction to who they were, right? An initial introduction directed at the market in general, the space in general. What is the first pitch that a prospective audience is exposed to before they even have a solid community under their belt? Then, of course, you have the content, the things that they actually do on a day-to-day basis as part of their job. What do they stream? What do they put out in terms of videos? How do they conduct themselves on stream? What games do they play? Etc., etc., etc. In the case of Dizzy specifically, part of the reputation that she has, the narrative surrounding her, is that she is a wage slave, or someone who seems to have been born to be a cubicle worker that has transitioned into being a very passionate performer, someone with stage presence, with a mind for improvisation, comedy, and bits, and also, because in a way that is that aligns very much with the rest of FaZe's roster, kind of very autistic about one specific thing. And you can kind of see that in terms of, by the way, all 3 of these streams that I picked out as examples have been taken from the most popular tab of her stream catalog. But you can kind of see that being reflected in some of her most popular streams, right? You have, Digimon Time Stranger. Basically, that's her hyperfixation on a personal level, as an individual content creator. That is one of the things she personally is highly invested in as a special interest. You have the fact that she does out of character streams where she talks about the inner workings of the industry or her time behind the scenes as a manager at some point earlier on in her career. You have streams where she's doing bits like, for example, Just Jiggling, where it is a very sort of little irony tinged, very self-aware, oh, I'm piloting a model for your entertainment, watch me jiggle, and etc, 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 right? It's essentially just very meta in terms of drawing attention to the fact that she is a performer putting on a performance, and all of us are watching her do this with the same awareness in mind. And again, all of this feeds into building a narrative around her as a wage slave manager turned proper VTuber type thing. And finally, after you get past the design, the debut, the content, you have milestones. What has she achieved over the course of her tenure with FaZe? What are the achievements that she has under her belt as a FaZe IP, as someone piloting a FaZe IP? What has Dizzy Dokuro achieved? And here you have things like anniversary streams, birthday streams, basically just any stream where the creator in question has just put out something like a project or a cover or whatever. I mean, Dizzy recently released a cover of Headlock as well, relatively recently. Again, every time you have a stream that follows that process, right, you essentially add on to you flesh out your own story, your own narrative as an individual content creator. Your accolades add character to how people see you. and the space that you occupy in people's minds in terms of how you fit into the broader context of your industry and or market. So when it comes to breaking down the what components make up the individual level of a VTuber narrative, these are the various different components that I could think of off the top of my head: design, debut, content, and milestone. But then we go one level up, right? Because when corpos debut VTubers, usually speaking, when you're talking about traditional style corpo, nowadays they don't just debut VTubers in ones and twos. Usually, if they're debuting a VTuber, they try to debut them as part of a group. And even if the VTuber in question was not debuted in a group, they try to meld them together into being part of one later on down the line. And this is exactly what happened with the first four members, or the first 4 out of the 5 first members, 4 out of the first 5 members of FaZe Invaders, right? When Lumi was put together with Jelly, Dizzy, and Ember to create the unit that we now refer to as FaZe Invaders Wish. So, before we get onto that, when you look at the different components of, Dizzy's personal narrative, some of the master plots that may come to mind when you look at, her content, her character, her on-stream persona, right? Escape, very obviously. She frequently alludes to her time working under a now dead corpo, and again, if you dig into it, she was widely cited by various other people involved as being one of the people who took it upon herself to try and keep things afloat for as long as she possibly could. And the idea of her getting away from an environment like that and actually embracing being a performer, doing something fun rather than worrying about organizational stuff behind the scenes. There is an aspect of escape to that makes her story compelling to some people specifically. Then you have a story of maturation, right? Coming into one's own, growing as a person, as a character. The idea of Dizzy fleshing out her skills, not just as a VTuber, but as a performer. I think it's fair to say that the revelation that Dizzy is really, really cracked at dancing is something that was very much not present when she first debuted, but is part of what creates a very satisfying narrative surrounding her growth as a content creator, because you see her picking up all of these different skills, you see her fleshing out certain skills, building upon certain skills, coming to show off certain skills that might not have been immediately evident upon her debut onto the scene, or under FaZe specifically, I should say. Then you have the idea of rescue, right? The idea of an individual saving something or someone from the cruelty of the world. This specifically pertains to both Dizzy herself as a character doing the rescuing, but also as a subject of rescue. And again, this ties back to her legacy as a former member of Sundaria and her time at Sundaria. The fact that as a manager under that company, she tried her best to make the lives of the talents, livable under that corpo. And upon leaving, she was sort of picked up by FaZe. She asked Sakuna for a job as a talent, and he acquiesced. And so she became Dizzy Dokuro. So that is a pretty big part of the plot, and that's a pretty big plot point behind her individual narrative as a content creator. And finally, you have a little bit of an underdog element to it. Dizzy has said on multiple occasions that she is not a talent that is emblematic of raw, unbridled, untamed skill, or, she is not exactly talented, in her words, right? And she also does not seem to want her accomplishments to be boiled down to a matter of inherent talent. What she exemplifies instead is hard work, dedication, and slowly working your way towards a goal that was previously out of reach. She exemplifies consistency rather than a stellar performance coming from inherent talent. And as a result of that, there is a little bit of an underdog theme running throughout her, you can argue that there's a little bit of an underdog theme running throughout her story as an individual content creator. This person who had to, against all odds, find her way into being this distinctive, unique performer, whereas previously her areas of specialization hinged more around the behind-the-scenes stuff that this industry requires, rather than the stuff that you would do on stream or on stage. And so, well, part of this is also the fact that when she brings up anecdotes from her personal life, they tend to be anecdotes that make her look like she is, at times, perhaps the most unlucky woman in Canada. That is also a part of what adds to the underdog theme and or appeal behind Dizzy specifically. But again, I digress. That leads kind of into another discussion of her content or whatever, and you get the point, right? When it comes to the way that Dizzy's narrative as an individual content creator is shaped, these are sort of the major plot points that may stick out to you when you try to evaluate it as a narrative, as an act of storytelling, and these are the individual components that comprise it. However, then we move one level up to the group narrative, the narrative surrounding Wish Phase Invaders Wish as a unit, not just as a bunch of individuals. And when it comes to the individual components that end up creating a narrative surrounding a group, a generation, a wave within a corpo, the individual components consist of the following, at least in my opinion. First, you have the interactions between individual members of that group. How do they speak with one another? How familiar are they with one another? What are they like when they interact off stream? What are they like when they interact on stream? All of those kinds, all of those kinds of things go into, all of those little interactions add up over time into being this sort of overarching impression of what they are like as a group. Sounds self-evident, but pretty important to remember nonetheless. Then you have the other most obvious thing that you use to define a group, which is collaborations. How do they function when they're on stream together? What do they choose to do when they're on stream together? And how do their interactions on stream differ from their interactions off stream when we hear about them via tweets or Twitter spaces, or how anecdotes delivered when they're streaming individually? All of those things add up to our impression of how the unit functions as a group. So take, for example, Phase Invaders Wish, you have collabs like, for example, group announcements of projects or anniversary celebration, their anniversary celebration, but you also have the more everyday stuff, like when they get together to play some sort of friend slop, right? They played Big Walk yesterday, if I remember correctly, and several other examples of friend slop too. If you are a fan of any of the girls individually and you haven't checked out their collab of whatever that Mario Party prison game is, I highly recommend checking it out from the last week or so. It's very entertaining. And then, of course, after you have collaborations, then you have joint initiatives, projects that can only be undertaken when all of the individual members put their talents together and work towards a shared goal. In the case of Phase Invaders Wish, the sort of thing, the thing that was the crowning achievement that rallied everyone, in my opinion at least, that rallied everyone to viewing them as a coherent and cohesive unit, distinct from all others both within the company and outside of the company, was the creation of the Last Signal album. When all of the 4 members of Phase Invaders Wish put together their unique skills, Dizzy's organizational skills and dancing skills, Ember's dancing skills, singing skills, and her experience as a choreographer, Lumi's ability to sing, Jelly's ability to sing, compose, and mix, all of these things, all of them took their individual specialized skills together. And the culmination of that interchange, that collaboration, was this tangible thing that their audience could enjoy. An album, a collection of songs, or in some cases a physical... sorry, let me grab it and remind myself if it's CD. It should be one. Yeah, like a physical CD encased in a case that you could buy and have sit in your room as a piece of merchandise to commemorate this project, even after it's over and done with in terms of being promoted actively. And then after you have the joint initiatives, the joint projects, you have the milestones. what achievements have they celebrated as a group? Obvious one being anniversaries, right? They had their 3rd anniversary this year, their anniversary as a unit. What do they celebrate as a unit besides just the projects they managed to get off the ground, yada yada yada, and all of that goes into defining how people see them and how people understand their history as a group of talents. And so when you look at, FaZe Invaders Wish as this sort of as this group, you have a bunch of various different, this is what allows for the creation of the integration of different master plots into a company's overall narrative. Because the thing is, when you look at each of the towns individually, right? Let's say we look at Dizzy. You have, her story tends to center more around, in my opinion at least, escape, maturation, rescue, and underdog. But put her together with the other members of Wish, and you suddenly get a story that seems to center more around adventure. A story about a journey, 4 people coming together, undertaking a journey of improvement, initiative, limit testing what it is exactly they can achieve when they put their heads and skills together, discovery in, not just an individual's pursuit of knowledge and or understanding, but these 4 individuals together, right? What they can do as a unit when they try to push themselves to their utmost degree to get something done alongside their fellow talents. And finally, quest, right? A quest plot. This idea of this story about a character or party who journeys to find something else. Oh, by the way, I didn't cover this before, but the main difference between an adventure plot and a quest plot is that an adventure plot focuses on the journey itself, whereas a quest plot focuses on the people undertaking that journey. And in FaZe Invaders Wish, you arguably have both, right? You have the idea that when you look at this unit together, they have accomplished things that would have been a huge ask of any of them individually, but also the idea that along this journey of trying to push themselves to the limits of what they can achieve, what they can learn, what they can do, you have this idea that you have this focus on them as individuals who grow and learn as a result of that, right? As a result of coming together, finding these people that, again, without any one of them, the group would not be able to achieve what it has achieved today. And that becomes a part of the canon, the mythos, the way that people understand FaZe Invaders Wish as a unit. And then, of course, as a unit, they when you have this sort of narrative, there's sort of an overarching theme that emerges. Because of the distinct image of FaZe Invaders Wish, they add something unique to the overall canon, the overall narrative of FaZe Connect as a company. And they arguably add something as a group that is different from what all of the other units add when it comes to how people understand FaZe Connect's story as a company, how it has grown and developed over time. When we go one step above and we look at how FaZe Invaders Wish fits into the overarching narrative context of FaZe Connect as an enterprise, we start to see that, well, arguably, they really enhance the adventure or quest plots that make up the story of FaZe Connect. And again, I said this before on Mollington's stream, I alluded to this. But when you look at each individual FaZe generation, each of them arguably contributes a slightly different stage or part of the FaZe Connect story. FaZe Connect Origins is the idea of, they embody the idea of lightning in a bottle. A bunch of people coming together who are unique in terms of the way that they function both as individuals and as a group, that create a success with FaZe Connect that no other company would probably be able to do. That is the fantasy, the narrative, the story of FaZe Connect that begins with Origins. Then you have the first instance of FaZe debuting Invaders with Yuri and Lumi. This idea of expanding the talent roster through strategic acquisitions. It's not poaching if the people you're poaching from, or the corpo you're poaching from, is about to fall over and die, as was the case with, what was it? CyberLive. Then you have FaZe Alias, right? FaZe Connect's first honest shot at creating a wave of EN idols. Again, not very conventional in terms of, well, how their stream personas ended up developing and manifesting. But, and definitely a lot, they had to become idols against the odds from various talent anecdotes. Alias was debuted way too early. They were not given the support they needed in order to become the idol gen right off the bat. And so when it comes to the way that FaZe Alias adds to the overall narrative of FaZe as a company, they get I think it's fair to say that they are commemorized as the first honest attempt by FaZe to become an idol gen, and their success as a bunch of idols represent, with FaZeCon and stuff like that, represents a sort of full circle moment where FaZe is actually not just a meme anymore, but an actual attempt at making a vision, the vision that Sakuna started out with, come true. Then you have FaZe Euphoria. Then I would argue that FaZe Euphoria, in terms of what it contributes to FaZe's overall narrative as a corporation, was the idea that they had an eye for talent, right? That they were capable of recovering hidden gems, talents that were either previously with companies that did not give them sufficient exposure to really show off what they could do, or talents that were part of corpos that have collapsed and or have been overlooked by other companies since. So when it comes to the individual members of FaZe Euphoria, or in the case of Hina specifically, talents that don't have prior experience streaming, perhaps, because I don't believe that Hina has a VTuber PL of any description. So with Euphoria, the way that I would argue it fits into the rest of FaZe's canon is it showed off the fact that FaZe was capable of not just looking in high places for talent, but looking in, I wouldn't go so far as to say low places, that's not the right term for what I'm going for, but more so obscure places, I suppose. When they go looking for people to add to their roster, they don't just stick with big names and flashy appearances. Then you have FaZe Connect Kaleido, where I would argue that with Hina there's no traceable PL. Okay. So yeah, it is the case that she's basically a completely fresh talent that FaZe debuted at the time. So then you have FaZe Kaleido, which represented the idea, this was, as opposed to Mirari, which was simply a subunit of FaZe Origins, Kaleido was intended to be a standalone Japanese-only generation. And so what Kaleido ended up doing when it comes to the way that it adds to FaZe Connect's narrative as a company was that it proved that FaZe has ambitions across the sea. That FaZe at some point seems to want to establish a solid presence, not just in the West, which is their home turf, but over in Japan as well. Now, whether they are achieving the intended outcomes in that regard is an entirely separate matter, but if we're only talking about narrative, if we're only talking about themes and ideas that are introduced by the debut of a generation, Kaleido is arguably that. Basically a demonstration that FaZe cares about Japan, at least to some extent, and they want to have a presence in Japan, at least to some extent. Then, of course, we hit on the titular FaZe Connect Wish, right? And while I know that Wish has been around for longer than Kaleido, the reason why I put them afterwards is because of the fact that in my opinion at least, their solidification in terms of gen identity happened after Kaleido's debut. And FaZe Invaders Wish was based, if you look at all of the individual members of Wish actually, and you go back through their histories as a VTuber in this industry, you start to realize that all four of them have backgrounds in various different corporations that, through a combination of mismanagement and neglect, essentially stifled all of their potential while they were still under the umbrella of their previous corpos, right? All of them were stuck in situations at some point early on in their VTuber career where they were giving their best in an environment that just wasn't built to accommodate that and didn't allow them to fully flourish and express their full potential. Then all of them enter FaZe, they find one another, they work together as a unit, and they start achieving things that would have been unthinkable at that earlier stage in their careers. And so the fantasy that FaZe Invade, at least in my opinion, my understanding, the fantasy that FaZe Invaders Wish represents as a unit, and the thing that they add to the story of FaZe Connect as a company, is the idea that FaZe Connect is a place where you can find your dream team. You can find the people that are the perfect collaborators for you, that share a vision with you, that will work together with you to achieve things that none of you can do on your own. That you will finally be granted an environment where you are free to push yourself and you will see results for pushing yourself. That, to me, is the narrative core of FaZe Invaders Wish as a unit and how I see them fitting into FaZe Connect's canon as a company. Then you have FaZe Invaders Quest, and I would argue that what FaZe Invaders Quest did in terms of how it added to FaZe's overall narrative as a company was it established a sort of turning point in how people understood FaZe, where now they were a corpo with clout. Because all of the members of FaZe Invaders Quest were very well-proven indies, even before, long before, FaZe debuted them under its banner. Mari and Cleo were both massive in terms of numbers, especially compared to the rest of the Twitch indie scene. Sleepy, although not as numerically impressive as Cleo and Mari prior to her debut with FaZe, was someone who had been streaming for an incredibly long period of time as a VTuber prior to her debut with FaZe. She is a veteran in this space, and the fact that FaZe was able to acquire the three of them to debut together as invaders kind of signaled, at least in my opinion, that this was a company that had enough weight to throw around that they could now afford to court and even to secure creators that are that well established outside of its current roster. And then finally we have the most recent generation to debut, FaZe Saga. A generation that, again, in my opinion, adds to FaZe Connect's narrative as a company by signaling yet another turning point. FaZe is no longer le quirky girl failure company. They are not the edgy humor company, and they haven't been for a while. FaZe Saga exemplifies diversity, polish, and mainstream appeal. Diversity in all the aspects that matter. You may note when you look at the individual members of Saga, you have a bunch of different skills and a bunch of different intended niches that the talents cater to. You have two talents that are lewd to various degrees in Malice and Shinon, although Shinon is arguably on a completely different level compared to all of her other gen mates. You have the adorkable hag in Mina. You have the well, I guess I would just call her like a Swiss Army knife of a content creator in Nitty. And you have well, sorry, let me count off the top of my head again. And you have generically lovable, no one can possibly hate her, BB. Just a dog, and all she needs to be. Right? And then you have Anya as well, but we'll get into why she's a little bit of a misfit in the gen later on. But in any regards, you look at all five of these talents, and you, upon looking at them, you start to realize that none of these are really fringe in their appeal. Nitty is a powerhouse for all of the reasons that I listed before, in terms of not just being very accomplished as an entertainer, but having a whole roster of skills that are very, very useful behind the scenes as well, as a rigger, as an artist, etc. But then you have even Shinon, even if she goes really, really hard on the lewd content sometimes, she is also branching out into various different niches when it comes to the collaborative daughter RP that she does with Irie, as well as the stuff that she does by catering to a Korean-speaking audience, which is not a niche that FaZe Connect really has under their belt thus far. And again, it's not so, I wouldn't go so far as to say that it's a main component of her content, but her branching out here and there definitely does add a dimension to FaZe's appeal that was not really developed prior to her addition to the roster. You have Malice and Mina when it comes to chill streams that are, chill streams by chill hags at various different hours of the day. And of course, they have their own different appeals in terms of just being lovable dogs, etc., etc. And then you have BB that is, again, like I said before, basically impossible to hate. It may sound like a slur to say that someone has mainstream appeal or widespread appeal, but, well, that is BB in the best way possible, in the sense that you would be hard-pressed to find someone who could muster up enough dislike to actively not like her as a content creator. And sometimes you kind of need that when you're trying to branch out as a corpo in terms of which audiences you court and which audiences you secure. So when it comes to Saga, again, what they signal in terms of Phase's narrative, their development as a company, their growth as a company, is that not only are they now aiming at appealing to a wider audience, but they have grown as a company to the point where they can now attract and secure talents that are not niche in their appeal, but rather quite broad in which audiences they are capable of courting and catering to. And so, after all of this, right, in the interests of demonstrating how narratives emerge around companies, emerge around talent, emerge around units of talents under companies, I've talked about a lot of aspects that make up the everyday operations of a company, right? How a company's narrative encompasses things like debuts, projects, covers, just everyday streams, collabs, the creation, formation of new units, friendships in between individual talents, between talents of different generations or whatever. Right? All of those aspects are things that, when they happen, add up to the overall narrative of what a company is like. And all of these are very positive things that a company would embrace and or try to integrate or leverage to the best of their ability to make their narrative as fleshed out and appealing and solid as possible. But there is one aspect of each of a company's everyday operation that I have not mentioned yet, that I've left out of explaining how narratives function in the context of being used as a PR tool or marketing tool when companies employ them. One aspect of a company's everyday operation that I have not touched on yet. Does anyone have any idea what that one thing I have yet to mention is? Something that any company and every company has to deal with or has to work with, has to figure out a way of working around in order to continue doing business. Something that will inevitably affect their company's narrative, but represents a challenge whenever it happens. Any ideas? Sorry, give me a second. I'm just going to take a quick sip of water. Money? No, not quite. Not quite, although that is a part of it. Being entertaining? Not quite. Inner turmoil? Part of it. Problem employees? That is also a part of it, yes. Rules and regulations? Again, part of it. Resource management? Part of it. Yes! Yes! KF9 F8Z. Generic YouTube username. Yeah, graduations, right? Graduations are a part of a company's everyday operation, an inevitable part of any company's operation that they are going to have to deal with, but represent a unique problem for a company's narrative. Because whenever a graduation happens, the reason why they always present the possibility of crisis or a company's narrative integrity is because by nature they are, according to the quote that I previously cited from the paper, They are the definition, the archetypical example of events that hold, quote, many nuances of meaning. In other words, there are a lot of moving parts in any graduation, whether you are consciously trying to drag them into people's awareness or not. Why did they graduate? Why did they graduate when they graduate? How did they come to this decision? How long have they been considering this? Yada, yada, yada. And not only that, but when it comes to what you are trying to communicate throughout the graduation, how do you communicate to your audience the circumstances surrounding graduation, the motivations behind a graduation, the reasons behind why a graduation is being handled the way that it is? That represents a challenge, because even beyond the different ways that the decision to graduate can be interpreted, there are multiple different perspectives at play in terms of different messages that the corpo and the talent specifically and respectively are going to... There are different messages that each of those parties are going to want to communicate to the audience at the same time, and sometimes those messages may even contradict one another. So, when it comes to understanding graduations as a possible crisis, right? Yes, they do represent a challenge when it comes to how do you explain a graduation, how do you explain a talent's decision to leave your company as all according to Keikaku, as a part of what you have anticipated your company's story to consist of. How do you contextualize a graduation in the broader narrative of your company's story and history? How do you make it make sense? Right, that's the fundamental question here, and the fundamental problem that graduations present to a company in terms of their efforts at narrative building and marketing and branding and establishing and maintaining a connection with their audience. And like with any problem, there are two main ways to solve it, right? And those methods are, respectively, I've divided them up into two categories: cope and keikaku versus action and reform. When you are responding to a crisis, one of the options you have available to you is cope and keikaku, in the sense of trying to convey to your audience that no, this isn't actually a problem. No, we've actually planned for this to happen. It's all according to plan, actually, and everything's going to be okay because it's not actually a problem to begin with. Now, when I say it like that, obviously I'm kind of playing it up for comedic effect, but fundamentally, it is possible that something that looks like a crisis isn't actually one. Let's say, for example, that a very popular talent that hasn't been streaming for years decides to graduate. Does it sound like cope to say that it's all according to plan? Sure. But is it also true that their graduation might not actually have that big of an impact on the company's bottom line? Also a possibility. And that is part of why I raised this as a possible way of responding to an apparent crisis. Whenever a talent graduates, let's say that their graduation seemed fairly telegraphed, or something that you would reasonably expect to have happened at some point. Maybe they've spent a long time at your company and they've started winding down their online presence in its totality. And so the decision to graduate, while it is still going to sting, it is probably not going to be some sort of world-ending threat for your company's reputation or your company's general narrative. So it's completely within possibility and completely within even expectation to sort of rationalize away, implicitly of course, why they are now deciding to leave. Yeah, translators, keikaku means plan, right? Of course, that's not, that's one of two ways. The second way that you can deal with a crisis is action and reform, right? This is when you actually say as a company, yep, we have a problem on our hands and we are going to change as a result of that. Things need to change as a result of that. Now, this is often the case when you have something like a termination or a problem talent whose relationship with the other people at the company or the company itself gets so bad that a continued working relationship is no longer possible. At that point, you decide things need to change, and the change in question is that specific talent is expelled from the company. That is what a termination is, and that is the response to the crisis of a internal disagreement between that specific talent and the company itself, whether by the company you're referring to the other talents and or members of management. So these are the two ways that you can deal with the crisis that is presented, the possible crisis that is presented by a talent deciding to leave your company, whether they end up leaving through termination or graduation. Because even if they are just graduating, it still represents a possible crisis, because based on how you handle it, it can either signal to your audience that things are going wrong, or it can signal to your audience that it hurts, but it's to be expected, right? Now, what I alluded to before in terms of why graduations can be complicated, at least from a PR perspective, is because different parties are likely going to have different interests in terms of what they want to convey to the audience when they announce that they are about to graduate. And thing is, when you look at graduations as an event, right? This thing that happens, a phenomenon, you run into the issue of subtext. Now, talents, this is where you get into a problem where talents and the talent who is graduating and the corpo that they are graduating from often want to communicate quite different things to the audience at the same time, where you don't want it to clash, or there are various reasons why they can't say it out loud or explicitly, but they still both want to be able to convey it in some way. So from the perspective of talent, right? When a talent graduates and they announce that their graduation, when they announce that they are graduating, usually the main messages that the talent wants to be able to get across to their audience, their community, are something along the lines of, this is final, this is special, and as an extension of both of those two things, this is a big deal. Graduations, by their very nature, as an event that occurs in this industry, are designed to hold a massive amount of gravitas to them. It is a momentous decision, a momentous announcement, and it is something that should always be taken very seriously. And when it comes to the talent doing the graduating, when they announce their graduation, it is second nature and to be assumed that they are going to make it look like a big deal. Because, well, even if they don't go out and say explicitly, this is a big deal, the implication is going to be that this is going to be goodbye, right? And therefore, there is a weight to the occasion shared between community and Oshi that should be acknowledged and sort of infuses itself throughout the entire process. However, when you look at it from the company's perspective, they are usually trying to convey a whole bunch of very different things. So from the perspective of talent, they really want to emphasize that the decision to graduate is a big one, right? It's final, it's special, and it's a big deal because of those two things. However, from the perspective of a company, they're usually trying to say, if not the opposite, something that doesn't really align with this. When a talent announces they want to graduate, usually what a company tries to signal to its audience, right? Its audience, of course, including the community of the talent that is graduating, but also other communities that make up the company's audience outside of that. Usually the things that a company wants to convey to that audience include things like, we were prepared for this, or in other words, this was within the scope of expectations, we haven't been caught with our pants down or anything. Second, there will be a return to business as usual. And finally, this is not the end of the world, right? And you can kind of see how these messages, if they don't really outright contradict the sort of things that the talent wants to convey, but they are certainly not directly aligned with that. And so companies are usually presented with a little bit of a problem. How do you communicate to your audience all of these things? How do you communicate to your audience that you expected this to happen? Or at least this was within the realm of expectations, within the realm of things that you prepared for as a company? How do you convey to your audience, how do you say that to your audience without drawing their attention to the big elephant in the room, which is everyone's Oshi will graduate someday? Because if you're trying to sell your viewers on the idea of being attached to a talent in your company, obviously you don't want to actively make them conscious of the fact that everyone's going to graduate someday. Because no one likes to think about that. It would be like walking into a pet store to buy a goldfish, and then next to the tank, the shop has a electric counter that's counting down the number of months the fish is expected to live after purchase, right? That might not stop you from becoming invested in buying it anyways, but that will certainly give most people pause. And so, when it comes to companies trying to convey this fact that this was within the realm of expectations, it's a challenge for them because they can't outright say that. Otherwise, they'd be drawing attention to the fact that they are selling you a product that isn't going to last forever. Which, again, all of us know implicitly, but none of us enjoy thinking about actively. Another thing as well I wanted to say. There is a reason why I worded it in the sense of saying within the scope of expectations. There is a marked difference between saying that something is expected and saying that something was within the scope of expectations. On the surface, the distinction between those two phrases or ways of explaining things might just seem like a semantic difference. But the difference lies in terms of how much room each of those respective phrases leaves for cope. When you say that something's expected, you basically phrase it as if you present it as if it is an inevitability. It is something you simply cannot avoid in any regard. And therefore, your only choice is to prepare or die, right? However, when you say that something is merely within the scope of expectations, or something that you have elected to prepare for, you leave sufficient room to cope about whether it will happen or not, even if, logically, we understand it's an inevitability. So that's why this particular message is so tricky, and that's why when I explain what the companies are usually trying to achieve, I word it as within the scope of expectations rather than this is something they expected. Second thing, we will return to business as usual. Again, there is this idea that after every graduation happens, the company is usually going to want to reassure their audience that it's okay. We no longer have this talent with us, but we're still going to be giving you content. We're still going to be making things that you want to watch. We're still going to be looking after the talents that are still here. In other words, we are going to return to business as usual after this period of mourning is over. However, you cannot say this explicitly because then it sounds like you are poo-pooing you're undercutting the gravitas of your talent announcing that they are leaving. So again, you're stuck in a position where you want to communicate this to your audience, that there will be a return to business as usual later on, but you can't say it out loud, right? It's like talking about thinking that you're going to get remarried at the funeral of your wife or husband. Yeah, most people understand that that is the ideal scenario if you continue existing past the current day, but it is a little crass to say out loud, and especially in that context specifically. However, it is when a talent is going to graduate that companies are most pressured to reassure their audience that this is not going to be a death blow to morale, that this is not going to be a death blow to the company or to the other talents. So you basically just have to try and convey this, again, through subtext rather than text. And finally, the idea that this is not the end of the world, right? That the graduation will hurt, that the talent in question contributed a whole lot to the company, but they are not the only ones who are capable of contributing that. Obviously, this is something that you want as a company to be able to convey to your audience. You want to be able to convey that just one talent leaving, no matter how significant they are to the company's growth, is not going to be the end of things for the entire company. But again, you cannot say this explicitly, because then it sounds like you are poo-pooing the contributions of the talent who is graduating. It sounds like you are belittling them. And so you are stuck in a position where you are trying to, as a company, convey all three of these things to your audience at the same time as your talent is announcing that they are graduating, but you cannot say any of these things explicitly. And so you have this twofold problem that companies are presented through every graduation. One, how do you make it look like it fits into the overall narrative of your company, that it's not a disruption to the narrative, but rather just a part of it? And two, how do you communicate all of these things, stay calm, keep your hats on, everything's going to be fine, without saying that explicitly? How are you as a company supposed to be able, how do you handle graduations in a way that allows you to overcome both of these two problems. And this is something that we've talked about on stream before, but I'm curious to see if any of you guys are able to sort of pick up on the solution in question to both of these two problems at the same time. What do you do in terms of how you do graduations? How do you shape your approach towards graduations so that you are able to overcome both of these two problems at once? Making graduations look like a part of your company's narrative, a natural part of your company's narrative, while also subtly reassuring your audience that nothing is going, that this isn't, that this isn't a crisis, that it's business as usual after this and during this. Shutting up is part of it. You're not supposed to say anything explicitly as a company, yes. Besides, oh, this person contributed a lot to us and we're sad to see them go. That is part of it. Okay, graduation merch is a part of it, right? But that's not the only thing. That is a component of the overall solution. Have the talent leave on good terms? That is another part of it, right? That's another component of the solution that I'm driving at here. For those who've watched me for a while, who have watched my older streams as well, to give a hint, I've talked about this in reference to graduations and terminations before. Be vague, a goodbye party, disagreements with management, graduation. See, all of you guys are hitting upon individual components, right? It's all part of the overall thing that I'm aiming at. You're sort of identifying the trunk, the ears, and the legs of the elephant, so to speak. But essentially, yes. So, Eddie, you're kind of driving at it, right? Make a narrative for the graduation itself. How do you integrate a graduation, a breach in your company's roster, a departure from your company? How do you integrate that into your overall company's narrative in a way that says to your audience, this is not out of the usual, without explicitly saying, this is not out of the usual? And the answer is, you turn graduations into a ritual. Now, the function of rituals are essentially mini social dramas that are supposed to act out a conflict, put it on rails in order to get the communities involved to fast forward through the sense of crisis and reach a point where they feel like they can go back to business as usual. Part of it is protocol, and part of it is professionalism. Part of it is celebration as well. All of you guys were identifying individual parts of how graduations are ritualized in corpo VTubing. But fundamentally, the way that you make graduations look normal is you turn them into an established ritual with established stages and conventions and protocols, so that every new graduation doesn't seem like this new crisis that might tear a fresh hole into your company, but rather just a retread of something that was well within the realm of expectations to begin with, right? So just to reiterate, the way that rituals tend to work, or rituals as a social drama, this acting out of conflict, controversy, and crisis, they tend to occur in 4 stages, right? The first stage is the breach. This is when a rule is broken and the status quo is disrupted within a community. Then after the breach, you have a crisis. Things come to a head, problems become visible, a conflict emerges, and people begin to take sides in that conflict. The community begins to split itself into segments rather than staying together as one. Yeah, Xanthropy sounds like desensitization. See, that is one way that you can characterize it, right? That, admittedly, that is a more cynical way of characterizing it, but it is nonetheless accurate. Rituals and the effect that rituals have on graduations is kind of like desensitization towards the idea of talents leaving your favorite company or your Oshi leaving their company. But the reason why I don't use desensitization when I describe graduations as a ritual is because when you are performing a ritual, the aim is not to make the people involved feel nothing. but rather the aim is to make it so that they have a controlled environment and process to express those feelings and essentially get over them. However, they still do get to feel those emotions. They still get to express those feelings. And that is why, in terms of, graduations as rituals, I don't really characterize them as an exercise in desensitization, but rather as a sort of controlled release, so to speak. So then after crisis, you have redress, right? Where there is an attempt at issuing compensation to the parties that have been wronged or the parties in crisis, attempting repair and dialogue between the sides that have emerged in this crisis or conflict, right? So people talk to one another. There is an attempt to bridge the gap. And then finally, continuity. When closure has been achieved, when reconciliation has been performed, you regain a sense of normalcy, and the community then remains intact. Now, this is the ideal scenario. Now, obviously, for those who watch my previous streams on graduations as a ritual, you know that the alternative final, if things go wrong during the redress stage, the final stage of the social drama, instead of continuity, is just I'm trying to remember the precise term for it. Fissure is the thing that comes to mind, but that's not it. Schism, right? Schism. When the different segments of the community, instead of coming back together at the end of the entire thing and achieving continuity, they stay broken apart. Then you get a schism, and that's bad for business. But in general, ideal scenario, when you ritualize something, this is the ideal outcome. You achieve a sense of continuity, right? Graduations are designed to function like funerals for VTubers, and there is a reason why there is a formulaic structure to them. Because the way that you convey to your audience, this is normal, this is to be expected, we will return to business as usual, this is part of business as usual, without saying that explicitly, is you make it so that whenever you have these little rituals, they occur according to the same procedures and protocols each and every time. That is how, through subtext, companies are able to convey to their audience that, yeah, this talent may be leaving, and it may be painful, and it may be a surprise, but it's not the end of the world. But we will return to business as usual. But we were prepared for this to happen. All without saying any of those things explicitly, just through subtext, and just through procedure. Oh, Akureg, welcome to the stream. Welcome in. So, in order to, sub out the different explanations of these different stages of social drama and actually apply how graduations work, right, according to these stages, the breach stage could be defined as when the talent decides to leave on their own, right? When they come to that internal decision that, yeah, I don't think staying here is going to be more fulfilling than leaving the company. For whatever reason. It could be amicable, it could be, something that is a result of great emotional pain or whatever. But either way, the talent has decided internally that the right decision for them is to leave. Been a while. How have I been? I've been alright. Little busy with IRL things, as you can probably imagine based on the lack of streams. But I am enjoying getting back into the swing of things with this one. So, you have that is the breach, right? This is your so-called disagreement with management or whatever. Like if something happens within the company behind the scenes and the talent comes to the conclusion that it makes more sense for them to leave than to stay. So then you get to the crisis stage where in reference to a graduation, this is when the graduation is actually announced, right? That presents a crisis. A talent is leaving this company. How could this have happened? Why is this happening? And why now? Right? And as all of these questions come to all of these questions bubble to the surface, you get the you get the cope posting versus doom posting spectrum emerging in the community thereafter, where people start to take sides based on whether this is a big deal or actually not a big deal at all, right? And various different positions between those two extremes, right? Then you move on to redress, where you actually get into the post-announcement stage of a graduation. This is where the talent says their goodbyes, does all of the things that they wanted to do while still at the company and still able to do so. They have their collabs, they have their call-ins, they finish off all of the little group projects that they had going on in the background with the other members of the talent roster, right? Final collabs happen, goodbyes are said, and the most important aspect of the redress process is that at the end of all of those things, when they've done all of their final collabs with the other members of their company, all the other talents at their company, when everyone's had the chance to sit down and maybe cry a little bit and say, "You mean so much to me, I will miss you." After all of that happens, ideally, you get a sense of closure, right? A sense that, yes, it's still sad that the talent is leaving, but they are not leaving anything unsaid and not really leaving anything undone when they leave. And then when you have that, when you move on to the sort of, someone in chat compared this to the stages of grief earlier, right? When you move past that stage, when you accept this as a transition, between when the talent has decided to leave, announced they're going to leave, and when they have left. When you have that sense of closure, when people have accepted that this is going to happen, it's the best decision for all parties involved, then you move on to continuity, right? You reach a point where you can see things getting back to business as usual. Yeah, it's a shame the talent's no longer there, but at the same time, life goes on, right? Things go back to normal. And maybe I'm going to be able to have fun in a stream from a different talent tomorrow at the same company, right? And again, things go on as usual. Now again, like I said before, the way that you maintain a ritual, the way that you build up a ritual, is through consistency and repetition. And the thing is, if you are going to try to create a ritual, you need the ability to do things the same way multiple times in a row without slipping up in between individual instances. In other words, you need to be able to build expectations with your audience, to build those rails in order for them to simply go along with the ride and stay on it as well. You need to be able to have protocols, because you cannot ritualize something without having protocols for how it's supposed to unfold in a similar manner each and every time. Now, of course, like I said before, the company and the talent want to convey different things when it comes to a graduation. The company wants to promise continuity, whereas the talent wants to acknowledge the weight of their departure and their time at the company and their connection with their audience. They want to say goodbye and have it mean something. They want to convey that sense of loss. And so, as a result, usually what ends up happening is the two parties in an ideal relationship find a middle ground between these two sets of priorities in these two positions. The company enforces a set of protocols and tropes that the talent follows whenever they choose to graduate. However, within the boundaries of those tropes and protocols, the talent is free to do and say whatever they want. Sure, the reason may be the same, but it doesn't mean that there's a restriction on how they choose to verbalize their connection to their community. Sure, they may have to use a certain, sure, they may need art to put onto the thumbnail of their graduation announcement, but it's up to them which artist they are, going to recruit, as well as what references they send to that artist for the final version of the graduation thumbnail, so to speak. So usually, when you observe graduations, that is why the graduation ritual usually has recurring tropes, like, for example, serious announcement in all caps, or a serious talk, or something along those lines, some sort of euphemism that follows a similar structure. That is why graduation thumbnails are usually art of the VTuber with their, sad but not in tears, smiling but slightly melancholy and nostalgic, with faint washed out tones, a plain background that has soft colors, and their face is usually centered and either they have a sort of near distant expression in their eyes when they're drawn, right? So you have those same tropes. Yes, they reoccur between individual graduations, even between different companies, but it is usually the case that within those tropes, within the boundaries of those tropes, talents are still going to do things to make their graduations distinct from other graduations. That is the norm, because that is what you would expect if the intention is to make it special, which most talents want to do when they are saying goodbye to the community they built under the helm of a corpo, of a specific corpo. However, like I said, these protocols there needs to be a sort of good relationship, a compromise between talent and corporation in order for this to be the case, in order for this process to work smoothly. The company needs to have solid protocols in place for the talent to adhere to, and the talent needs to make an earnest attempt at adhering to those protocols in order to express themselves uniquely and distinctly within the boundaries of those protocols, in order to not set off everyone into a panic, but to also give appropriate weight to what is being said, that this is a goodbye. And so, one of the ways in which I would suggest thinking of graduations, after understanding that they are a ritual in order to make this departure from the company look like a part of the company's narrative rather than a disruption to it, is by understanding that when a company announces a graduation, they are essentially being tested on two things. Whenever a graduation occurs, a company is being tested on their ability to adhere to protocol, to have protocol, how prepared are they for a crisis, how capable and prepared are they to leverage context in their favor, and also how good are they at narrative building. In other words, how consistent is their performance? How good is the company at railroading public opinion? How good are they at retarding scrutiny? How capable is that company at limiting or controlling subtext so that the amount of interpretations is as restricted as possible, and that at the bare minimum, all of the popular interpretations are within the bounds of what the company can put up with? Because when it comes to questions that you want to be asked, right? The kinds of questions that a company never wants to be in a position the kinds of questions that a company never wants to be asked are the kinds of questions that they either cannot ignore or cannot answer, because those are the worst. And again, the aim of narrative building is to minimize the scope of possible circumstances where they would be put in a position where they have to say something, but they don't know what to say. This is why, when it comes to graduations, they really test how good a company is at controlling the narrative surrounding itself. And so we return back to the 20 master plots. Now, as you would probably imagine, when you are trying to fit in a graduation as part of a company's overarching story, those graduations are themselves going to be narrativized. They are themselves going to involve, bear traits of, and feed into various master plots that connect it with the company. And when it comes to out of the 20 master plots, there's roughly about 2 where you're okay with the graduation falling in line with them. Most of the others you're kind of neutral about if the graduation seems to be falling under that category. But the 2 where a graduation sort of sits comfortably, right, are maturation, presenting the graduation as a natural conclusion, the pinnacle of a talent's growth under the umbrella of your company, and also quest, the idea that a talent is leaving your company not because either of you are at fault, but simply because they are looking for something that they can only find elsewhere. Both of these are amicable. Both of these do not lay blame at the feet of either of the two parties, talent or corpo. And as a result, when it comes to master plots that pertain to graduations, these are the 2 that are the best fit for a graduation. Now, that being said, there are also other master plots that you absolutely, under all and any circumstance, do not want your graduations falling under the umbrella of. You do not want a graduation and the narrative surrounding that graduation to fall under these categories. And these categories are escape, for obvious reasons. Because if a talent looks like they're running away from your company because they just can't stand to be there anymore and they've been trying to get out, obviously that looks bad for the company. Revenge, for equally obvious reasons. If a talent feels like they're lashing out at you as they leave because, you know, there's bad blood, then that's not going to go down very well with any audience. Riddle or mystery, because when you challenge your audience to figure out what's going on using clues and you're vague without also being disinteresting, the problem is audiences will take that as a challenge to start making rats of their own, which is what you do not want as a company, what you want to discourage as a company if you want to retain control of your own narrative. And so riddle and mystery is definitely not what you want. You don't want the graduation story to come out looking like a sacrifice where someone has taken a great personal cost to themselves in order to leave your company, because that makes you look bad because you pushed them to a point where they felt like they needed to sacrifice themselves, even if they won't say that they have a grievance with your company. You do not want it to come off looking like a story of temptation or greed, because then that makes the talent who's departing look bad. You know, if they're ungrateful for what you've given them, if they look like they simply wanted too much to the degree that it's unreasonable, they end up looking bad as they leave, which can make things awkward. And finally, wretched excess. You do not want to be in a situation where either you or the talent looks like you've squandered something when they've decided to leave, or in the lead up to their decision to leave. So when it comes to graduation master plots, just as it is safe to say that the aim of ritualizing a graduation is to try to increase the chances that the graduation is going to be narrativized according to a maturation plot or a quest plot, it is also quite it's also quite accurate to say that a company is actively trying to avoid each graduation coming off looking like an escape or a revenge or a riddle / mystery or a sacrifice or a temptation or a example of wretched excess. These are what the companies in question try to avoid whenever they announce a graduation. However, that being said, sometimes a graduation coming off as looking like they would be classified under one of these narratives is kind of inevitable, not really something you can do anything about. And so, especially when you're first getting started on trying to establish a protocol, things can be rough. However, that's not to say that it's doomed to stay that way. Once you do establish protocol, it is possible for you to gradually drag the narrative back into something in line with what your company can work with. And as an example of that, I want to go through an example of a company in this space that actually does have a very well-established series of protocols when it comes to how talents announce their graduations and what happens after they announce their graduations. Sorry, give me a second. Yeah, funny you should say that, Nene Love, because that's exactly where this is going. So, as I said before, when it comes to establishing rituals, you can't do that without protocols. And when it comes to protocols, one of the most robust companies in the space when it comes to having protocols and having lots of them is HoloLive. However, even HoloLive had to start from somewhere. Protocols do not pop up fully formed out of nowhere. You need to go through a period where you're establishing what those protocols are, and if you are trying to establish a ritual, you need to go through a period where people lack the necessary context or lack the necessary repeated exposure to understand that something is to be expected. And that is exactly what happened when, around the start of 2025, towards the end of 2024, you had a series of graduations from HoloLive EN where an overlapping pattern between each and every one of those graduations, between Fauna, Mume, and Gura, was that the talent's reasons for graduating were cited to be disagreements with management or something thereabouts. Fauna said specifically disagreements with management, Gura said specifically disagreement with management, and Mume said misalignment with company direction. However, all of those are kind of similar in trope. That being said, though, holy shit. Prince, thank you for the Arca. We are so back. I forgot you're going to stream today. I'm so pumped. I'm glad to have you back with us. And I hope you end up enjoying the VOD for this whenever you end up catching up to the rest of what I've been yapping about to this point. So, as you guys may remember, when the first of these 3 graduations occurred, so first of all, I'm not counting Ame because she's not part of the trend of graduation since she became an affiliate, soft graduating, and also her explicitly stated reason during her initial announcement stream. If I recall correctly, she did not use the phrase disagreement with management. However, starting from Fauna, this was the first instance where we've had a Hololive EN talent come out and explicitly say, oh, I'm graduating because of disagreement with management. And when people heard that that was her reasoning, people started doom posting en masse. Because holy shit, the Hololive, this big Hololive talent, Ceres Fauna herself, is graduating because she has disagreements with management. What is management doing? Yada, yada, yada. Because again, there was no reference point for contextualizing how you should interpret that phrase, disagreement with management. And so people were left to sort of assume the worst of whatever this was. Of course, then, a few months later, you have Mume announcing her graduation. And in her graduation statement, she uses the phrase, she states specifically that she's graduating due to health concerns, as well as misalignment with company direction. That was I believe that was the specific phrase that she used. And around this point, again, you had the usual doom posting, but now it was slightly lessened. Because not only was there a little bit of an overlap in expression, now admittedly, disagreement with management and misalignment with company direction is not exactly the same thing, but it does fall under a very similar umbrella. There's a lot of overlap in terms of the implied meaning, the subtext behind both of those two phrases. And also with Mumi's case, because she cited health conditions, that is a reason that for most people would be accepted as, okay, this is not really something that either she or the company can do anything about. It's kind of outside of everyone's control. So it's not really concrete evidence, or it wouldn't be logical to take it as concrete evidence that Hololive management was secretly mistreating the talents or anything like that. And then finally, you have Gura's graduation, where again, she cites her reason as disagreement with management. A lesson people were chimping the hell out and calling for Holo to be destroyed utterly. Maybe it was just because of the places where I was looking, but I did feel like between these 3, after a while, people did end up picking up on the fact that there was a pattern going on here. And since then, because there have been no other Hololive EN graduations, people have mostly calmed down, looked back on this with cooler heads, and realized that disagreements with management, far from being a term that is designed to act as a sort of jab at either management or the talent, it's more so designed to be a corporate stock phrase. Because once you actually examine the phrase disagreement with management, or in Mume's case, misalignment with company direction, you start to realize that these are corporate stock phrases specifically because they retard attention. They retard speculation because, to be perfectly blunt, they are boring as fuck. Disagreements with management is the right amount of vague to the point where it doesn't really lay the responsibility. It doesn't really lay responsibility at the feet of either of the two parties. The talent is not at blame for disagreeing with management, and management isn't really at blame for disagreeing with the talent. It's just a difference of opinion. That is a neutral justification or conflict. And as a result, people, after a while, yeah, you are right in that, part of the reason why people calmed down upon, in retrospect and looked back on these 3 graduations with a renewed, and in my opinion, more accurate understanding of what was being said. Part of it is because the rest of the industry started shitting itself and melting down, and people look back at Hololive, which had no more graduations past this point and was still doing fine and expanding even in terms of its business operations, and went, oh, okay, it's not going to collapse as a result of these graduations. Part of the reason why people took cooler heads was because of that. But I would also argue that a part of it was because there was enough of a sample size now that people could start to discern that this was a pattern. And since it was a pattern, the implication, the subtext, was that this is something that Hololive planned for. That this is the decision to use the phrase disagreement with management was in and of itself a company policy. And as a result, when people started looking back at what exactly disagreements with management means, people started realizing that it's designed to be boring, and it's designed to not imply that either talent or company is explicitly to blame for the decision for the two to part ways. And so, you started off with the first of these three graduations being interpreted as an escape plot, where, people speculate, Fauna saying that she's graduating because of disagreements with management must mean that management is garbage, that the talents have been abused, that they want to leave, that they have good reason and they want to leave. They can't wait to leave because, Hololive talent is evil, right? And then you have Mumei's graduation, where she says misalignment with company direction, which is a little bit softer, rhetorically, than disagreement with management. And it's also cushioned by the fact that she gives an additional reason, being her health concerns, her health complications. But again, more importantly, it adds another point of data. One is an anomaly, which Fauna's graduation statement was in its immediate context. 2 is a coincidence, but 3, then we have a pattern. And with the third, we had Gura, who basically did say disagreement with management in the exact same way that Fauna said it. And at this point, people didn't immediately en masse all come to the revelation that, okay, this is part of Hololive protocol, this is part of the ritual, yada yada yada. But after this point, I would argue that it is essential that you have these three graduations occur in the manner that they did in reference to one another. It is necessary that those things happened in order for people to go from contextualizing these graduations, narrativizing these graduations as an escape plot, to understanding that they are, and the phrase disagreement with management is purely a corporate stock phrase, rather than an indication that there was an escape that was, happening, that there was some sort of escape plot that was going on. Holo was never going to collapse by losing. yeah. So the thing is, right, that is context that we can emphasize freely outside of the immediate aftermath of these graduation announcements dropping. But if you try to argue against people doom posting that Gura barely streamed anyways, Mumei didn't really stream that frequently, and Fauna, calling a graduation a survivable graduation is impossible to do in the immediate aftermath of the graduation announcement going live without sounding belittling or insulting. And fans will understandably take issue with that, which is why, from the perspective of a corporation, you cannot say that. And you cannot explicitly say that, or even anything that may vaguely resemble that. So again, this is part of why it's tricky. Like, we can all say this in hindsight, right? Yeah, like, definitely everything they said wasn't totally curated and plotted by anything. Yeah, that sounds obvious, especially in retrospect. But for a lot of people, the lowest common denominator, I would go so far as to say, that is not something that registers consciously most of the time. When people see disagreements with management, usually the first thought is not, wow, what a vague and corporatized stock phrase. Usually the first thought is, oh, okay, what did they disagree on? When did these disagreements happen? What happened within those disagreements to the point where they became so irreconcilable that the talent had to leave? Why is my Oshi leaving because of disagreements with management? Like, that's the usual series of thoughts that may occur in someone's head upon first contact with this phrase. It's only after seeing that it's used over and over again with no more detail being added each and every time that it begins to become clear to even the average person that, yeah, this is just a stock phrase. This is intended to be a trope, and it's something that the talents are instructed to adhere to in order to provide a through line of normalcy and ritual throughout the graduations. And of course, to integrate the graduations into the broader narrative of the company. And so, in the broad spectrum of these three graduation announcements, the reason why I bring this up is because these are a good case study in terms of demonstrating how a company essentially tries to tough out the immediate storm of speculation and ratting by members of their audience in order to try to establish a set of protocol, to implement a set of protocols and establish a ritual for the graduation process, in order to make it so that, in retrospect, going on into the future, when people look back at a series of graduations, or even one specific graduation, they do not see something that disrupts the company narrative, but rather they see a natural part of a company's overarching narrative. This is a case study in how a company retains control long term while sacrificing a little bit of face in the short term. However, with this example now established, with this example now explained, part of why, and I really want to emphasize this, the thing that made or broke Hololive's ability to actually pull this move off PR-wise is their ability to create and maintain, as well as adhere to, protocol. If you don't have protocol, you don't have ritual. If you don't have ritual, you can't set audience expectations. And if you can't set audience expectations, you're going to have a very difficult time railroading their interpretations of what it means when a talent leaves and trying to control what narratives end up emerging around a talent's departure. And at long last, we reach the sort of main case study that I want to touch on in regards to the departure of Anya Nyabyss and how Anya Nyabyss announced her graduation. That is the specific section that we are going to be looking at. So, again, this section is going to be relatively brief compared to some of my explorations on different topics and case studies in previous streams, but that is partially because of the fact that I've talked about this a little bit on Mollington's stream, and I'm also going to be talking about it furthermore on another collab we have scheduled, because he broke up the topic into two parts. So I don't really want to overlap too much in regards to that, but also because, as far as the case studies goes, it is relatively narrow in terms of application, and I more so am interested in it as a segue into a broader topic to do with how narratives are used in the industry and the importance of protocol in establishing them, rather than being interesting in and of itself. So, okay, thank you for the 5. It could also be... It could also have calmed down because people realized that the escape narrative was being intentionally built by the shoujo employees on 4chan. Yeah, that is also a part of it, right? That is also a part of it. Sorry, give me a second. Good night, KF9. Hope you have a nice rest, and thank you for tuning into the stream. Yeah, a big reason Holo doesn't get crippled by grads is because it's like a machine that keeps moving. People leaving doesn't compromise events or the quality of the content, and the world keeps spinning. Yes. And again, that is part of Hololive's branding. They are a big enterprise. They are a massive corporation. They have a huge bureaucracy, and they do function like a machine, more so than they do a family. The same, however, cannot be said of FaZe Connect, which is much smaller in scale and attempts to be much more intimate in terms of how it presents the interpersonal relationships between individual employees/contractors. And so we touch on Anya's graduation announcement. Now, a lot of you guys who were paying attention to the discussion wherever it was occurring on various parts of the internet, Twitter, forums, whatever, comment sections, a lot of people who were paying attention to some of the stuff that people were saying about her and her graduation afterwards, you may notice that there's, in the wake of her graduation announcement, the immediate aftermath of her graduation announcement, there were two prominent rats that tended to emerge around her graduation announcement. And my working thesis, my assumption is that both of these rats are ultimately the result of a failure in terms of company protocol in some way, either a lack of protocol surrounding something or a gaping hole in their protocols around something. Now, the first rat that seemed to be that people seem to be bringing up over and over again was the rat that Anya announced her own graduation ahead of schedule, and all of the subsequent withering analyses of Anya's personal character as a result of that assumption. Now, part of why, in my opinion, this rat received so much fuel is because in the case of Anya's graduation announcement specifically, it very, very noticeably broke from established phase graduation announcement protocol. Again, we'll get into that later, but that's the first rat that seemed to be gaining momentum after her grad announcement went live. The second rat that tended to emerged in the aftermath, but seemed to pick up steam the further along we got from the graduation announcement, was the 5Ga rat. Right? Basically, that Saga really was a generation that was always 5 talents. That Anya, for whatever series of reasons, either due to unfortunate circumstance, some combination of unfortunate circumstance or personal failing, never managed to integrate herself or ingratiate herself with FaZe and its community as a company. Now, obviously, whether you lean more towards the idea that Anya failed to belong because of circumstances outside everyone's control, or whether because of some sort of character flaw, is going to depend heavily on your opinion on Anya herself. However, my point is more so that these discussions became far more prevalent than they needed to be, again, because of what I perceive to be flaws, holes in how FaZe does things. Specifically, I view the 5Ga rats as, again, rats not as in rumors or theories, but rats as in narrative. I view this as an issue that stems from FaZe being way too lenient when it comes to permitting signposting from its talents. PL signposting from talents. I should probably add that specifically into the slides. Past life signposting. And also, this leniency towards signposting the PL also leading to the ultimate solidification of Anya's graduation as an escape plot rather than a quest or maturation plot. Now, to start with the first thing, the rat that Anya announced her own graduation without the approval of management and way ahead of schedule. There are a few reasons as to why people presumably came to these conclusions, and quite a few circumstantial reasons, or what I would go so far as to say circumstantial evidence, to add fuel to this particular narrative. The first being, of course, FaZe Connect's established graduation protocols, all of which Anya's announcement circumvented, or subverted is the correct word. Sorry, give me a second. Okay, so, prior to Anya's graduation, FaZe has had, to date, 3 graduations and 1 terminations. For the purposes of this stream, we're only going to focus on the graduations. However, when we look at these graduations, the first one being Saya Soroxis from Euphoria, second being Kokoro Memory from Kaleido, and the third being Kaminari Clara, also from Kaleido, we start to notice that between these 3, FaZe, up until now, has built up something of a series of protocols around how the graduation announcements are supposed to pan out. The first is the fact that these announcements are always posted to the company's accounts on social media, or the talent goes ahead and announces it themselves. Company always puts out a notice first. The second set of protocols that we can observe happens when we start looking at the exact contents and wording of each of these graduation notices. We're going to start out by going through Saya's. Notice regarding Saya Cyroxis. Thank you for supporting FaZe Connect. After a lengthy discussion with Saya, we have together come to the decision for Saya to conclude regular activities on her YouTube channel and Twitter on February 11th, 2025. Sorry, give me a second. Saya will have her final stream on February 10th, 2025, celebrating her last birthday together with everyone. We would like to thank all of our fans and Fireflies for the amazing support and love for Saya. While we are saddened to see the conclusion of Saya's activities, we wish to respect her decision and cherish the memories we've made together. Although Saya's activities have come to an end, we look forward to her occasional appearances in projects such as music videos and other group works, such as a FaZe World Citizen. This was established at the time to be FaZe's equivalent of being a Hololive affiliate. Saya's social media and YouTube channel will remain, but there will not be any future updates past February 11th, 2025, at which time monetization features will be disabled. We would like to kindly ask everyone to not contact any of our talents and staff regarding this matter. Once again, we would like to thank everyone for their continued support for Saya Cyroxis and FaZe Connect. Overall, pretty stock standard corpo graduation statement. Only thing that really stands out is the fact that FaZe at this time was doing the same thing as Hololive by having an affiliate-esque program, and also, well, the various different features of the graduation announcement, the things that they viewed as important to say. One, whether Saya was, obviously, whether she was graduating or being terminated, to which the answer was she was graduating. Two, being whether she would continue to remain, at least in part, as a FaZe citizen. And three, being what would become of her content after her graduation. Because prior to this, the only reference point that the fan base had about, what Sakuna would do in the case that the talent graduates was an interview with Sheena and Jelly that he did, I believe, in either 2022 or 2023, where he said explicitly that talent content would be deleted after they graduate because it wouldn't be, in his words, it wouldn't be fair for the company to continue to profit off of those VODs and content without the talent being able to do so as well. So this, being FaZe's first graduation, was also important when it comes to actually setting in stone what would happen or what might happen when a talent chooses to graduate, in terms of, what would go on with their content, how their content would be handled. Alright, so that is Saya's graduation announcement. However, like I said before, one is just an anomaly. In order to start noticing a pattern, you need three, and in order to even get a coincidence, you need two. Which then leads us to Memory's graduation announcement. I'm going to be using the official English translation for it because I do not read Japanese. And I feel like using FaZe's translation is a little more accurate than using Google Translate or something like that on my own. Sorry, give me a second. My throat is starting to give out a little bit on me. Okay. Hopefully, I've bought myself a few more minutes until I start dying again. Okay, so, notice regarding Kokoromo Memory. Thank you for always supporting FaZe Connect. Again, similar phrasing to the Saya announcement. Kokoromo Memory will graduate from FaZe Connect on the 31st of January 2026. She will be concluding her regular activities on both YouTube and Twitter. Kokoromo Memory debuted on January 28, 2024, and has been creating many memories and carving a path while being supported by many fans. After Memory's graduation, she will officially become a FaZe citizen. Her membership content will be taken offline after February 28, 2026. You will still be able to see her non-member content on her YouTube and Twitter after the graduation. Memory's decision to graduate was not made lightly, and we wish Memory the best in the future. Let's make her remaining time at FaZe Connect enjoyable and full of fun memories. We would like to thank everyone again for warmly supporting Kokoromo Memory and FaZe Connect. We hope our paths will cross again in the future. So we are starting to observe that there are things that repeat between the two notices. One, of course, being phrasing, but the other two things being the clarification as to whether they are going to be a citizen or not, and two, a deadline for which certain parts of their content, if any, are going to be taken offline. In other words, clarifying ahead of time what the company is going to do with the remaining content catalog. However, notably, a difference between Saya's graduation announcement and Memory's graduation announcement was, in the case of Memory, there was no line saying at the end, please do not contact any of our talents or staff regarding this matter. So that is a little bit of an indiscrepancy between the two. However, based on what the future graduation announcements are like, it might not be a notable one. And then finally, out of the three that precede Anya's graduation announcement was Clara's. Notice regarding Kaminari Clara. Thank you for always supporting FaZe Connect. Clara will graduate from FaZe Connect on the 28th of February 2026. She will be concluding her regular activities on both YouTube and Twitter. She will treasure the time she spent walking alongside fans. Clara's social media accounts will become inactive starting from the 1st of March 2026. And the content on her channel will remain available for 30 days until the 31st of March 2026. We would like to thank everyone for supporting Clara during her time at FaZe Connect, and we wish her the best in the future. Now, again, recurring tropes between this statement and the other two that preceded. One, it clarifies whether she will be a citizen or not, in which case the answer is no for Clara specifically. And finally, it provides a very clear deadline for when the content on her channel is going to be taken off and made private. So regardless of which talent is graduating, whether they come from the JP branch or the EN branch, it seems to be the case that FaZe's graduation announcement protocol specifies that 1. The announcements take place before the talent announcements, 2. The announcements specify whether the talent will be a citizen after their graduation or not, and 3. It provides a clear deadline for how long the content is going to remain live after the graduation happens. Again, we have another indiscrepancy in that only Saya's graduation announcement had that line about not contacting staff or other talents. But aside from that, all of these are recurring tropes. Another thing of note, however, during Clara's graduation announcement was the fact that after FaZe posted the grad announcement, about 1 hour afterwards, Clara would quote tweet it with a little tidbit of her own, stating, quote, "I just want to state that this is a decision that I made mid-November and have been contemplating for a while before then. I didn't want to draw attention away from my GenMate Memories graduation last month, and we finalized the date earlier this week. Thank you." Now, the reason why this quote tweet is important is not just because it provides an alleged timeline behind when Clara actually made the decision to graduate internally, but also because it shows that FaZe Connect, whether it be management or talents, is conscious of the problem posed by overlapping announcements and overlapping events. Clara, according to this post, went out of her way to schedule her graduation announcement so that it wouldn't overlap with Memory's graduation. And as a result, we can from this conclude, at least tentatively, that overlap is a concern for FaZe when it comes to deciding when to schedule important announcements. no pun intended, and of course, this is going to be relevant almost immediately, because one of the initial circumstances surrounding Anya's graduation announcement, one of the reasons why so many rats about her doing this after going AWOL, essentially, one of the reasons why people believed that rat seemed to be gaining so much steam was because, uncharacteristically of how FaZe usually does things, not only was the company announcement preceded by Nyanya's graduation announcement by quite a sizable margin, as we'll get to in a second, but also because of the fact that her graduation announcement, the stream in which she announced her graduation, happened on the same day as another major company announcement, which was Lumi's first ever album. Oh, sorry, not first ever album, but the announcement of her new album, which was Nothing Holy. This was a pretty big milestone for Lumi as a singer, as a VTuber, as a performer, and as a result, when people noted there was this overlap, that struck a lot of people as being a little weird, because this does not seem to be a mistake that FaZe would make. Announcing a graduation on the same day that one of your other talents is announcing a crowning accomplishment of her VTubing career is very, very strange. Because generally speaking, if you want to have a momentous occasion, in order to give due weight to both of these announcements, ideally you would try to schedule them on different days, or at least that would be the working assumption. But again, that is just assumption. However, like I said before, there are circumstantial pieces of evidence to suggest that this is a little weird for FaZe specifically, and we'll get to all of those in a second. But as I alluded to earlier, the second thing that breaks from protocol, the second way that Anya's graduation announcement broke from established FaZe protocol when it comes to how these announcements are handled, and again, the reason why rats about the fact that she went gung-ho, she went AWOL, sorry, and she did this of her own volition without management's approval, is because of the fact that there was, not only did her graduation announcement stream precede FaZe's formal company posted announcement, but it preceded it by more than 12 hours in between. And when you read through Anya's FaZe's graduation, FaZe's official notice about Anya's graduation, things only get a little bit weirder. Glees. Oh, sorry. Yeah, Nothing Holy is the name of one of the singles of the album. Glees 667 was the name of her album. Yeah, okay. I misspoke. So, if you read through Anya's graduation announcement, it goes as follows. Thank you for supporting FaZe Connect. Pretty normal start. After ongoing discussions with Anya, we have come to the decision together for Anya to conclude all activities on YouTube and Twitter on August 1st, 2026. Again, very conventional, announcing when she's going to stop actually making content under FaZe's umbrella. However, then it goes on to say, in the short time Anya's been with us, she has brought forth memorable moments and created happy memories with the community. Now, I won't lie, that's probably not the strongest tagline that you can give in order to sum up a talent's time with your company, right? She has created memorable moments and she has created happy memories. That's basically repeating the same thing twice. However, that's a very minor nitpick, even if it is all the more noticeable because of the surrounding context. We would like to thank her for her hard work at FaZe Connect and wish her the best in her future endeavors. We like to kindly ask everyone to not speculate further on this decision, and would like to thank everyone again for the continued support for FaZe Connect. Okay. How many? Yeah. Admittedly, part of the reason is pretty obvious reason why they probably didn't have anything very profound to come up with when it comes to describing her time at FaZe is because of how infrequently she streamed while at FaZe. However, putting all of that aside, what about this announcement do you notice in terms of how it seems different compared to the previous graduation announcements? Any ideas? There are two things that should immediately stand out to you, and one thing that is a little more subtle and not as consistent in terms of being a major difference compared to the others. Yes, the brevity is part of it, but more specifically, this is an announcement that is quite notably missing the clarification on whether she is going to be a citizen or not, and also it's missing the clear deadline or even a clear indication as to what is going to happen to her content catalog after she graduates. Because she isn't a citizen, it's not clear as to whether that content is going to be retained indefinitely or retained according to a limited time frame, or even just completely wiped since she isn't becoming a citizen. So both of those notable recurring tropes when it comes to the previous 3 graduation announcements are completely absent from Anya's graduation announcement. Finally, as many of you have noted as well, at the end of Anya's graduation announcement, they bring back the phrase from Saya's about not speculating and not inquiring. They replace the phrase about not asking the talents or staff about what happened, and instead replace it with a more generic, but in my opinion, less suitable, kindly ask everyone to not speculate further on this decision. See, the reason why I don't like this phrase in graduation announcements is because when you say please do not contact talents or staff, you are asking your audience to refrain from an action, which, while not everyone's going to agree with it, is still a reasonable request. However, when you ask someone not to speculate, you're not really asking them to refrain from an action. You are instead asking them to refrain from a pattern of thinking or an avenue of thought, or at least not speculating could easily be interpreted as saying that, which is part of the reason why I don't really like that particular expression, because it invites reactance response. It invites people to start speculating and ratting specifically because they have been told not so, and there is less of a stigma against doing that than going out of your way to try and contact talents or staff to get a comment about a recent graduation. So that is yet again a very notable difference. It's not really preceded by any of the prior 3 announcements, and even if you compare the final line with Saya's grad announcement, they are notably different in terms of expression. So for all of these reasons, people did come to the conclusion that this does not seem to be a graduation announcement that was polished and followed protocol that had been established by phase management prior. However, this is all just circumstantial evidence that this was not looked over by a manager or management competent in terms of making decisions regarding PR or public communications. No, the actual gripe that I had, the far bigger gripe that I had with this graduation announcement specifically, was not the way in which it was made or the timeline it was made according to relative to when the company would formally acknowledge it, but rather the actual contents of what was said during this grad announcement. This is something that I ranted about on Mollington's stream last week, but I will reiterate again here because I feel it is important. So, as all of you know, and as all of you will know from having heard me talk about it ad nauseum earlier on in this stream, the reason behind why you graduate is very important. And those reasons are ideally left in a manner that is vague and also boring, so that not only do they not give any information away, but they also deter any further speculation amongst your audiences, which might lead to uncomfortable, or in other words, undesirable rats forming amongst various different communities that you cannot directly control. Anya's announcement was not that. Anya's announcement did not have a reason that exemplified that degree of vagueness and suitable boringness to it. Anya's announcement was, in fact, the polar opposite. At 5 minutes 25 seconds in the announcement VOD, Anya states, quote, "I will be graduating from Phase Connect." Sorry. I got by the autocorrect. Should say phase. I will be graduating from Face Connect. My reason being disagreement with management that led me to be in a creative rut. And if you don't know what a creative rut is, it's like you want to do things, but you can't. And your creativity goes to caca. Yeah. So my creativity went to caca. So, on its surface, it's pretty similar to what Hololive does when she says, I'm leaving because of disagreements with management. However, as all of you may notice, and especially those of you who watched my previous stream with Mollington will know, the reason why disagreements with management functions as a reason, as an effective reason, justification for graduation, is because it is intentionally designed to be vague. It is intentionally designed not to give any indication as to where the disagreement arose from or who is more at blame for that disagreement occurring between talent or company. However, in spite of this announcement using the phrase disagreement with management, it then directly afterwards contradicts that and completely nullifies the intended function of the phrase by following it up with that led me to be in a creative rut. This phrase in and of itself is bad because led me to be in a creative rut creates a victim-oppressor implication, where the talent is the victim who has been left in a creative rut, and by implication, subtextually, the company is now in a position where they forced the talent into said rut. When I say that audiences look for subtext in everything, and that is why vagueness is king when it comes to corporate communication, this is a perfect example of how to shoot yourself in the foot while failing to do exactly that. This, by itself, the creative rut thing is, in my opinion, although this may sound like hyperbole to some people, this in and of itself is bad because it essentially is attempting to ape Hololive without getting why it works. However, it gets worse because then she goes into even more detail about what she means by creative rut. By saying, and if you don't know what a creative rut is, it's like you want to do things but you can't. Your creativity goes to caca, so yeah, my creativity goes to caca. At this point, it's not an implication. At this point, it is barely subtextual. It is basically a very clear I have been a victim of something. I have been abandoned, I have been neglected, I have been left in a creative rut. However, to say that this is only something that could look bad on FaZe's part is inaccurate, because when you go into so much detail, the problem is you give your audience more ammunition to crucify you with, if they choose to interpret it in that way. And the issue with specifying that the reason why you're leaving FaZe is because you found yourself in a creative rut is because that doesn't make you special. We have had, multiple other instances of various FaZe talents describing points in their career where they have fallen into what could be described as a creative rut. Whether they use that term explicitly or not is besides the point. What I am basically saying, however, is that we have several examples of FaZe talents that had the same stated problem as what Anya is now saying in this statement, but they are still at the company, and they have still managed to succeed after toughing out those periods of being in a rut. Therefore, specifying that you are leaving because you find yourself in a creative rut, or because you have been led to be in a creative rut, presents a problem for anyone who would seek to repurpose that reason as ammunition, because it allows people to say, okay, well, what about the other FaZe talents that had creative ruts? Why did they get through it but you didn't? Which at that point very easily lends itself to a narrative that paints Anya as being the one in possession of a critical and fatal character flaw, one that prevented her from succeeding where other talents before her managed to pull it off. So, again, this is not just an oversight in terms of what management allowed to make its way into the final graduation announcement, if it is even the case that management did give this the go-ahead before it went live, but it is a double-edged one that has uncomfortable implications and lends itself way too easily to negative rats that target both Anya and Face Connect. Which is why, in my opinion, this is far and away the worst part of the entire statement. Again, I understand that some people who may not be familiar with my content may hear me say that and think I'm being a little silly or hyperbolic when I say this, but I mean this completely sincerely. This is a complete failure in the ability to utilize the reasoning of disagreement with management in a manner that makes sense and is effective. Yeah, Sub-Zero, you bring up a very clear example of another talent that had a creative rut at some point in her career, but managed to get through it just fine in Hime. Hime had the same problem early on in her tenure as a face talent, where she didn't really seem to have a clear direction for her content or even her identity as a face talent. Now there is no sign that she ever had that problem. So, quite understandably, people may then hear Anya say this and go, okay, what makes you different? What makes you special? Why can't you pull through like some of the other talents have in the past? It's like saying you won't do something because you're anxious. We're all anxious, and when we do something, you ain't special. Yeah, exactly. And again, any competent manager would look over this, pick up on the fact that disagreement with management is completely negated in effectiveness by everything that comes afterwards, pick up on the uncomfortable implications of everything that comes after disagreement with management, and go, okay, I get why you would want to say this, but you probably do not want to say it for these following reasons. However, that is not all. Because the second thing that's a little eyebrow-raising about the graduation announcement was the fact that when it went live, remember, according to Face Connect protocol, up until now, there's been a very clear clarification every time a graduation has been announced initially, whether what is going to happen with the talent in terms of are they going to be a citizen or are they just going to graduate without becoming one. At 9 minutes 6 seconds in, a chatter asks Anya, are you going to stay in phase as a citizen? And in response to this, she says, I don't know. Like, I should talk to Sakana about that. I don't know what that entails exactly. And this is eyebrow-raising for multiple reasons. The first and most obvious one is, surely this is a detail that you would have ironed out by the time you announce the graduation. Like, surely, in every single other case where FaZe has graduated a talent, 3 prior to Anya, they have always been able to specify upon first announcing the graduation whether the talent is going to be citizen or not. That seems like a detail that you would have to iron out between talent and company before anything gets set in stone. However, the second eyebrow-raising thing about the way that she says this is she says, I don't know what that entails exactly, which implies not just the fact that she didn't, it doesn't just imply that she didn't have that specific conversation with management, but implies that she doesn't even know what the hell a FaZe citizen even is. It implies that she doesn't know what it means to be a FaZe citizen, when we have had, to date, 2 prior FaZe citizens and 3 prior graduations well before she joined the company. And again, all of this is under the assumption that this topic of conversation never came up in all of the discussions she had with management around the decision to graduate. This is very strange, especially when you hold it up against the other FaZe graduation announcements. And it is, yet again, a very glaringly obvious departure from established FaZe graduation protocol. This is a disruption to the narrative. This is a failure in the ritual process because it does not adhere to what has been established prior. And then finally, at 11 minutes 12 seconds, she returns to the whole point about being in a creative rut and disagreement with management. At this point, it is a foregone conclusion that whoever looked at this statement, whoever wrote it, whoever gave it the all clear, has absolutely no idea why the phrase disagreements with management works the way that it does, and I'm willing to bet half of my life savings only use that phrase because they wanted to copy HoloLive, without any modicum of understanding as to what contextual factors give disagreements with management its subtextual meaning when HoloLive uses that phrase. Because at this point in the VOD, she says, quote, "Wish you stayed, but what were the disagreements with management?" So this was a question that came in from a chatter in the stream, to which she replies, like things you want to do on your own or being in a group. I don't want to go into that. I just say disagreement with management. It's very vague, and yeah, just know that I wanted to do things and the timeline that they didn't let me. So yeah, I just felt creative in a rut and like I hit a wall. This is not what you want to do if you have gone through all of the effort of trying to be vague. Because one of the things that you definitely don't want to do is when you're being vague on purpose is to disclose to your audience that you are being vague on purpose. When she says, I just say disagreement with management, it's very vague. That's the equivalent to a magician explaining the card trick while trying to perform it. It doesn't work because it makes your audience hyper-vigilant against what it is you are saying and how constructed the message is. It is, yes, it is pretty much the archetypical PR example of speech 0, stealth -100. You do not disclose the trick while you are trying to perform it convincingly, which leads me to the conclusion that there wasn't even an attempt at being convincing in the performance. Again, this is very unconventional when put in context of previous graduation announcements. However, setting aside these specific little sections of the actual meat and the stated words, the transcript of the grad announcement when Anya first delivered it, the second way in which Anya's graduation broke FaZe's established graduation protocol was partially because of the fact that FaZe did not at any point clarify what was going to happen to Anya's content after her graduation. This is important because since you didn't specify, since FaZe as a company didn't specify, is the content staying? Is it going? If it is staying, how long is it staying for? How soon, if it is being removed after a graduation, is it going to be removed? People are therefore going to take any action taken towards Anya's content catalog as a sign that that is a final decision made by FaZe regarding the fate of Anya's remaining catalog. And that became a problem because in the immediate aftermath of that lack of clarification, after Anya graduated, the day of her graduation, after her graduation stream finished, someone at FaZe immediately privated her entire content catalog. Now, people looked at this, and since there wasn't a clarification on whether the content would even be staying, let alone for how long, people assumed that this was just the final fate of Anya's content, that her channel was going to be completely wiped. And initially, there were rats around whether there was bad blood between Anya and FaZe management because of that sudden, unceremonious removal of all of the evidence that she had ever been at FaZe. However, then a little bit after that, on the same day, someone at FaZe, whether the same person or not, would then do the complete opposite, where they would unprivate everything, and I do mean everything, that was on Anya's account. This includes members-only streams, but in addition to that, streams that were never intended to ever be made accessible to the audience, which, in this case, means rehearsal streams, test streams, where Anya was trying to work things out with phase management before ever debuting or going live. I don't think I need to express why this is a gross lapse in protocol and a pretty big fuck up in terms of, well, just trying to keep a tight lid on what your company is doing. Unprivating a talent's pre-debut test streams is, generally speaking, not something that an established company should be fucking up. In the first place, it draws into question what happened behind the scenes to cause this to occur. Like, did the manager that pressed the button just select without thinking unprivate all in response to privating everything? In which case the question then becomes, why private everything in the first place if you are ultimately going to follow up by unprivating literally everything? So again, very obvious lapse in protocol creates a lot of questions, creates fuel for rat, and most importantly, establishes this as not a part of company narrative, but rather representative of a disruption to it. However, the reason why I bring this up, this mass unprivating of all content on the channel, even if it wasn't intended to remain public thereafter, is because in the wake of all the various members-only streams, or previously members-only streams that had been made public, there were only a few that were then, after this mass unprivating, then made private again. One of the members-only streams that was quickly re-privated after presumably accidentally being unprivated was this members-only stream that was originally broadcasted on July 30th of this year, titled Handcam Members Only, with the thumbnail stating, "I read for you." As you could predict, this was a handcam stream where Anya would be reading out a bunch of beatitudes and various different verses from the Bible. And in addition to that, she would also converse here and there with her audience about some of the circumstances behind the scenes that surrounded her decision to graduate and the announcement in and of itself. And there's one specific section, one specific quote that I want to bring up because of how it relates to the rats around whether her graduation announcement occurred with or without management approval. And that quote comes from 15 minutes 13 seconds, when Anya responds to a chatter asking about why her graduation happened when it did, and when she clarifies, stating, "I picked the 31st of July because Sakana was like, you have to be out in Like, I thought he said that I have to be out on August 1st, but I misinterpreted him, and he meant that I could graduate on August 1st, because I thought I had to be out of here by August 1st. So I can do August 1st because Leah's doing something on the 31st. So essentially what she is saying is that the reason why she graduated August 1st, was because she was under the impression that she had to graduate as soon as possible. By August 1st, right? However, she also states that the reason why she was not able to graduate on July 31st, so one day before, is because of the fact that it would have overlapped with another talent company event. In this case, Leah's birthday. The reason why this is relevant is because this implies that management does have a concern around overlap in terms of scheduling various different company events. And if FaZe would go out of their way to insist upon no overlap between Anya's graduation and another talent's birthday stream, would it not therefore be logical to assume that they should have the same concern about overlap between the graduation announcement and another talent announcing the debut of the release of their new album, something that was, again, culmination of their careers, over the accolades they achieved throughout the entirety of their career. If they were going to be worried about overlap between Anya's graduation and Leah's birthday, why would they not also be worried about Anya's graduation announcement and Lumi's album announcement? That would seem inconsistent between those two things. So again, this is an aspect of the whole thing that lends fuel for Rats that she went AWOL and announced her graduation early. Again, not saying that that is the case definitively, but I am saying that when I look at the surrounding circumstances, I can see why people would believe that. And I think that, yet again, it is the gaps in phases protocol that makes this degree of questioning the creation and fueling of these rats this easy. However, then we move on to the next problem, the second most prevalent rat, which is the 5G thing. The idea that Anya either never belonged in Saga, never quite figured out how to belong as part of Phase, part of Saga, or in some cases even so far as to say that Anya rejected trying to integrate into Phase, didn't really try or didn't seem interested in trying. Now, the evidence for this particular rat stems partially from individual choices, like, for example, Anya's decision to go on a family vacation rather than attend FazeCon. That was something that I saw quite a lot of people use as evidence to suggest that Anya never really had interest in integrating with the rest of her generation, or even in terms of integrating as a Phase talent as a whole. However, I would go a step further and say that Anya's ability to integrate into Phase's overarching narrative as a talent under the company was fundamentally compromised even before Saga ever debuted. And that is because of the nature of how Corpo VTuber IPs are intended to work. So to reiterate a point that I have brought up multiple times before, and I brought up as recently as last week in my collab with Morlington, a lot of people in the Western side of VTubing tend to dismiss the whole idea of a talent leaving behind the PL and starting over under a new corporate identity as just meaningless cargo culting, as just trying to maintain a quirk or almost vestigial convention carried over from Japanese VTubing, Japanese idol culture, Japanese corporate VTubing culture, and they dismiss it as completely superfluous. However, when you are trying to create a narrative around a product, when you are trying to sell a product as distinct and, more importantly, new, novel, it is much easier to do so with a product that has no prior reputation, no prior baggage attached to it than it is to do so with a product that people already have a widespread and or intimate understanding of. Because then, if your sales pitch differs from existing understandings of that product, you now find yourself trying to push an idea while trying to fight past resistance. It is for this reason that companies choosing to get their talents to leave behind their PLs and debut under fresh IPs created, designed by the company to fit within the context of not just their overall roster, but within their gen specifically. It is for that precise reason that getting your talents to re-debut under a new IP and leave their PLs alone is not only functional, but actually a crucial aspect of how companies engage in narrative building. Not just in terms of individual narrative building, not just giving the individual talent that's about to debut under their corpo a fresh start or whatever, but in terms of creating a narrative where the beginning of a group stems from all of these individual talents meeting one another rather than viewing it as a connection or as a clash between individual talents and all of their times prior before they came together under the umbrella of your company, and trying to contextualize that in reference to after them joining your company, their time spent after joining your company. In other words, leaving your PLs behind helps with branding, helps with making something seem new and distinct. And because you are selling a product when you debut a VTuber, it actually makes a lot of sense for companies to have that practice. The problem is, in Anya's case specifically, that was never going to happen. Because one of the things that I think a lot of us have already picked up on, even if we haven't commented on it, was no one ever really thought of Anya Nyabyss as only existing starting from Saga's debut. The story of Anya Nyabyss did not start from Saga's debut. It did not even start after her delayed debut with Saga. No, the story of Anya Nyabyss starts with Nyana, the talent, the indie talent, part of Flavor, who was active prior to being recruited under FaZe's banner. And the reason for that clear connection between the two, impossible to ignore, difficult to look away from, is because Nyana herself made that connection plenty clear prior to debut. This frame that I have taken of a fish in a suit driving a van through a church door is taken from among the final frames of Nyana's last graduation stream. Now that phrase in and of itself might sound absurd, but you know, sometimes people get quirky with their graduations, I suppose. Sorry, give me a second. Okay, so this is a frame taken out of the last few seconds, last 30 seconds or so of Nyana's final graduation stream, because she had multiple for whatever reason. As far as this is not, I think someone pointed this out during the Mornington collab, because I said that I wondered out loud if it was a wink wink nudge nudge, because I'd forgotten that she did this. This is not a wink wink nudge nudge, guess who I'm going to be or guess where I'm going to be showing up next. No, this is you slapping your audience in the face and screaming in their ear that, you're going to FaZe Connect. And also on top of that, you have her graduation announcement, her graduation notice as Nyana saying at the end, I will be moving on to a very new phase in my life, and I hope that each and every one of you bros can find me when I do. I made this comparison during Mornington's stream, but this is the equivalent of a HoloLive pre-debut saying that streaming felt hollow before graduating, but I hope when you see me next, I'm going to feel alive. Right? It's that level of corny writing and obvious, hey, this is where I'm going type thing. But even beyond that, this in and of itself, though again, this may sound like I'm extrapolating a bit when I say this should have, in and of itself, been more than plenty indication that Anya Nyabyss, Nyana was simply not a talent that was ever going to be suited to working under a corporation. Because keeping a corporation's image coherent, narrative building, keeping on top of PR, community relations, railroading what people think of you when they hear about you or see what you're doing, that necessitates not just an understanding, but a respect for things like protocol, things like convention, and things like ritual. Graduation streams are sacred, not just because people feel that way when they really, really care about VTubing, but because their ritual performance is part of their function. Graduations can be accepted by audiences because they are so heavily ritualized. The way that Nyana went about her graduations by having multiple graduation streams and basically turning them into a shitpost when looked at as a body of work is in and of itself something that, in my opinion, should have been interpreted as a massive red flag, because it implies either an ignorance or a contempt for VTubing conventions, rituals, and therefore their functions as well. This is fine if you're an indie, because indies don't have to adhere to Japanese VTuber culture, and indies don't have to have an idea of why certain things work. So long as they stumble into accidental success, everyone will be happy and they will be fine. The same cannot be said, however, if you become part of a corporation. At that point, more than just your own career rides upon your shoulders. There is going to be not just a request, but a requirement to conform and fall in line with your coworkers. Because when you are part of a corporation, things like ritual, things like protocol, things like convention become a whole lot more important. And someone who is unable to either understand or adhere to any of those things is going to be a liability in any corporation they are recruited in. They are recruited to, I should say. Mildly OCD, thank you for the 5. I'm looking to bring new color into my life, and I hope you can find me when I do. No, even cornier than that, right? It would be like saying before when I was streaming, my life lacked any color. But now I hope things will be different by the next time I see you, or something along those lines. It is that level of corny. In my opinion, this should have been more than enough reason for FaZe to instantly go, okay, something's wrong. If you have a talent being this heavy-handed with signposting from their PL which company they are going to be joining, that is probably a sign that you need to clamp down on your pre-debut confidentiality agreements. At the very minimum, not using your company's imagery or things that look too close to your company's imagery or branding in their graduation material, as Nyana did by putting a fish in a business suit behind the wheel of a car in her graduation stream. Stuff like that should be preventable, or at least you should have a discussion with your talents prior to their debut, during the pre-debut process, during recruitment. You should be able to have a conversation with your prospective talents about how this is not okay, and that if this is what they want to do, they should probably chill a little bit. So the fact that Nyana did this not only was a red flag in terms of her suitability as a corpo talent, but also it created a problem. Because of the fact that now, when she joined FaZe, people no longer view it as Anya Nyabyss, the FaZe talent. People view it as Anya Nyabyss, Nyana Banyana, but with a purple and black skin. And, funnily enough, that is exactly what ended up happening. And that is also something that Anya herself started leaning into after she announced her own graduation from FaZe. In that same stream, Handcam members only, at 9 minutes 40 seconds, she starts talking rather candidly with her audience about the decision behind leaving FaZe. Sorry, give me a second. Okay, so actually, I am kind of curious because I know that I have quite a few Saga fans in chat right now. All of the Saga talents have PLs. I'm pretty sure every single one of them has a VTuber PL. Some of them are more obscure than others. Some of them have more experience working in corporations prior to others, but all of them have a VTuber PL. Out of all of the Saga members besides Anya, are there any talents from Saga that you guys think of in the context of PL? Or do you just think of all of them as if, you know, as Malice, as BB, as Shinon, as Nitty, as Mina? Like, does your understanding of Saga in general the other members of Saga, not including Anya, does your understanding of them mostly stem from when they debuted under Phase? Or are there any talents among them that you view or you understand in the context of their PLs? I only ever learned about PLs after? Ah, okay. Nitty was the most apparent next to Anya. I still haven't figured out Shinon's and BB's. I don't see any of this as malicious, more desperation to maintain our audience. Oh yeah, no, for sure. I'm not saying that this was malicious, but what I am saying is that that desperation should have been curtailed by protocol and management. Because the problem is now that it hasn't been, it lends itself way too easily to being characterized as malice. Even if it isn't intended to be that way. They're pretty different, especially Mina. Generally new identity. Isn't Shinon the one with the least experience, if any? Actually, don't know her PL at all. Yeah, Shinon did have a PL Yab at some point during one of her prior streams. I'm a production kawaii fan, so I can't separate completely, but nothing like the cat. Okay, so yeah, the general consensus that I seem to be getting from chat is that even in the cases where there is some association between, some sort of mental association between the Saga talent and their PL, it's not something conscious. And it's definitely not something that's forefronted to the same extent as Nyana versus Anya. So again, this is part of what I mean when I say that part of what exacerbates the problem of Anya's lack of belonging in her gen. I mean, yeah, a big portion of that was the fact that she debuted late, sure. But part of that, which was completely within the control of FaZe and or Anya/Nyana herself, was the fact that in the context of Saga's debut, Saga debuted together, but Anya was debuting all the way back when Nyana announced her graduation, in a sense, for want of a better way of phrasing it. That is part of the issue with why, narratively speaking, Anya doesn't really fit in the broader context of Saga as a gen that debuted under FaZe in the year 2026. We all know that Willy, Shinon, Anya, Yabbed, yeah. But again, even with that being the case, it doesn't come off as an intentional, nudge, nudge, wink, wink, and it's also not a reason that most fans have for thinking of them in the context of their PLs. People just think of them as, Nitya, who debuted under FaZe as part of Saga, Mina, that debuted under FaZe as part of Saga, and so on and so forth for the other 5 members, besides Anya. And again, that is a problem, not just in terms of coherence while the talent is with the company, but for how the graduation looks after it happens. So at 9 minutes 40 seconds in this stream, Anya states, quote, "I know I'm not supposed to talk about this, chat, but I'm so excited. I'm so excited to leave Face Connect so I can do my own thing, because things are looking good for me there. Yeah, I hope you guys follow me, though, because I love you guys, and I wouldn't be the same without you. Yeah." So I don't think I need to explain why this is a statement that's not exactly great to say publicly, even if you are doing it in a members only. And especially not if this stream gets accidentally unprivated by management after they fail to maintain graduation protocol. Like, this is just really awkward to have out in the open. But on that's not all, right? Because at this point, remember what I said before about how there are certain master plots that you really, 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 as a company, do not want your graduations falling under? One of them being escape narratives. This is not even subtext at this point. This is just text. You might as well have a giant light-up sign saying, "I want to leave as soon as possible. I cannot wait to get out of here." And again, when it comes to graduation narratives, this is like the polar opposite of what pretty much any company wants. Because this does not look amicable. No matter how hard you try, you are going to have a very difficult time making this look like an amicable, mutually agreed upon, no way anything else could have, this couldn't have gone any other way decision. Right? This is never going to look good for either the talent or the company. At least one of those two parties is going to come out looking bad. And then that's not all, because then she moves on to talking about how she was never really the kind of person who would fit well in a corporation. At 11 minutes 16 seconds, she states, corporal life was not compatible with me. Or she responds to a chatter who says, corporal life was not compatible with me. Yeah, not everyone is set up for corpo life. Like, look at people like Fillion, for example. You wouldn't see her in a corpo environment either. So I think I'm just, like, different coded. Yeah, I'm different coded. Like Fillion. Now, personally, it does tickle me that someone goes with the I'm not like others. I'm different like someone else, right? Like, the phrasing of that is funny, even if it's not intended that way. But even beyond that, right? Her saying out loud, I've come to the conclusion I'm just not right for a corpo, is the kind of thing that, you know, some people would say is self-evident, but is not the kind of thing that you as a corpo talent would probably be encouraged to say out loud explicitly by your company or by management. Because this raises a completely different avenue of incompetence for FaZe. Because this makes it look like Anya's entire recruitment from beginning to end was a mistake. This makes it look like whatever the recruitment protocol was, the interview process, the vetting process, someone in FaZe fucked up royally when it comes to applying all of those processes to Nyabyss specifically. The fact that Nyabyss is just not built for corpo life and that she got through anyways is not a good thing in the context of how FaZe does business, because it makes it look like they let one slip through their screening process that they really shouldn't have, and it calls into question how good FaZe actually is at vetting the people they bring into the company. If someone who is this unsuited to the fundamental traits of the corporate environment at FaZe managed to get in somehow. I don't think she thinks she's like Fillion, but she's using a really bad example because that was the only one in her head at the moment. Yeah, I could imagine that as well. One thing for the 5, if only she knew a guy like Tony LC Signs. If only. Mildly OCD thing for the 20. Knowing that Banyana enjoyed the 3D concerts, I'm sure she had rose-tinted glasses going in. 3D concerts are a massive undertaking for a company, and the reality hits hard. I like her, but she's not built for corpo. Yeah, and again, this raises questions about, okay, then did FaZe just literally not talk about any of that with her during the interview process? If that is the case, then that is a big problem for FaZe, specifically. But it's also bad that, you know, she wasted time if that is the case. So, again, this is yet another tidbit of information that, like I said with the previous things that she's ended up saying during her stream, lend itself to fueling rats that make either herself or the company look bad, if not both. This is not something you want your talent to be saying while they are still under your wing as a corpo. And I would argue you don't even want them saying it in members' streams. Especially if there is a chance that those members' streams might be accidentally unprivated at some point in the future. But in any case, then at 12 minutes 22 seconds, she responds to a chatter asking her the question, do you regret joining FaZe? In which case she states, no, because I get to collab with so many girls in FaZe that I didn't collab with before and get to meet before joining, so I don't regret joining. But I do, feel more comfortable as an indie. Again, this is blatant, explicit, in your face, I'm going to be popping up after I graduate, which basically undercuts all of the gravitas and emotional weight behind the decision to graduate at all. Because why would you care that a VTuber is graduating if you're just going to see them on a different account within a month? There is no significance to the event. The ritual is completely empty and hollow. It has zero functionality and, as a result, zero ability to add to, reinforce, influence a company's attempt at narrative building. And this is also very in line with what she did during her graduation streams as Nyabyss, by the way. So this is not a new thing. The undercutting of the significance behind graduations as a ritual, as an event, as a form of protocol, a collection of protocols. This is something that was present this is something that was present in Nyana Banyana, not just Anya Nyabyss. So it is something that in future, at least, I would expect FaZe to be able to detect during the pre-debut process at the very latest. And then afterwards, someone asks in chat, is there anything you left behind or will miss about being Corpo? And to this, Anya states, it'll be the girls. I don't know if they'll have like a no collab rule. I don't know if that is like real. So I would like to collaborate them in the future, but if we can't collaborate with them, it won't be the end of the world. Like, I'll be fine. To which, very much like the Citizen thing, the question that logically comes up when you hear this is, it's been 11 days since the graduation announcement was first announced. Why do you still not know if there is a graduated talent collab ban? Surely, within the span of 11 days, there has been enough of a gap for all of these questions, quite logical questions, to have been asked and hashed out with management. Which, again, raises a few eyebrows at what exactly happened during that time and just how much the announcement happening at that specific time on the 19th of July was intended by management and okayed by management. However, the final part of this stream that I want to draw attention to is 16 minutes 8 seconds, where in response to a chatter asking if she will become a FaZe citizen, she yet again states, I don't think I want to be a FaZe citizen. I want to be my own thing as an indie. I don't want to be tied to FaZe because I'm going to be doing my own thing. You know what I mean? And if FaZe wants to collab with me, they can collab with me as my own thing. So yet again, another thing that kind of completely negates the emotional weight of graduation. But not only that, within the span of 11 days, there is no more explicit a clarification as to whether she's going to be a citizen or not. She's simply pivoted from saying, I don't know what a citizen is, to saying, I don't want to become one. And that is the extent of her answer to that question. 11 days, by the way, between July 19th, when the announcement went live, and July 30th, when this stream is taking place. So again, lot of questions come up about what exactly she and management were talking about during this time, or even further, were they even communicating during this time? Because these do seem to be details that you would reasonably expect to be hashed out within that length of time, especially since these are details that people could predictably be asking about in reference to her in relation to her graduation. But again, obvious PL signposting during a members only stream, yeah, fine, I get it, right? You know, these are your most dedicated fans. If you just came into FaZe off of being a Twitch streamer, I can understand, right? I understand if you really, really want to retain your audience going from FaZe back to being indie, and as a result, you're going to be a bit more blatant with the signposting when you're in your members only stream and, you know, surrounded by your most dedicated fan. However, this is not the extent of the post-debut, pre-graduation, post-graduation announcement signposting that Anya ended up doing under her FaZe account. Because the next day, Anya would go live with a stream titled Smash Bros versus Smash Bros with Chat before I leave tomorrow. And in this stream, she plays Smash Bros. And this is not just like this is not just being cheeky, but this is an objective OPSEC failure in terms of something that the company probably should have screened for after she debuted, or ideally during pre-debut, but just never seemed to pick up on, where her username in the game that she doesn't make any effort to hide is literally just Nyana. And there are multiple points throughout this stream, two specifically, where she explicitly alludes to the fact that she is going to be moving on to another VTubing identity after graduation, and that she urges the viewer to find her in her next life, so to speak, or to find her on her PL. At 18 minutes 29 seconds, in response to a chatter explaining how to unlock more features in the game, she then states, I guess I gotta play that on my next life. End quote. And then fast forward to 1 hour 37 minutes 15 seconds in response to a chatter asking for a high points channel redeem on Twitch, I assume. She states, quote, "Usually I would have mods do that, but FaZe Connect doesn't give me mods to do that. Maybe in my next life you'll be able to get something cool for your points, but not in this life." That does sound a little bitter, admittedly, even if she doesn't mean for it to come off that way. But again, you guys can feel free to check the VOD for this stream, cross-reference if the way that I'm characterizing the quote is accurate to how it was delivered in the actual moment. Since this isn't a members-only stream, this is public, so you can feel free to check whenever. But yeah, in general, signposts, there's no attempt at maintaining any sort of veneer of sacredness or gravitas to the graduation process. She's very much on the way out. Yeah, it is very backhanded. It comes off that way, very backhanded. But again, if this was the extent of it, if this was the extent to which, you know, Anya described what it was like to be at FaZe / to leave FaZe, the way that she characterized what it was like to leave FaZe or why she was leaving FaZe, this is not good for company narrative for obvious reasons. It presents a pretty big obstacle for maintaining the integrity of FaZe's narrative, specifically in reference to its recruitment of her as a part of Saga. But there is still arguably a teensy-weensy little bit of room for copium where you can say that, oh, okay, I get that it's kind of an escape narrative, right? But maybe there isn't really bad blood between her and FaZe, right? There's some moments that are a little passive-aggressive, a little backhanded here and there. But surely it's not it doesn't seem like she hated her time at FaZe or whatever, right? The rat that she hates her time at FaZe is probably, you know, okay, I'm not going to lie, it has plenty of fuel at this point based on what we've gone through this stream. But there's still a little bit of room, right, to maybe cope that maybe she's just stressed being Anya specifically, you know, and as a result she comes off a bit harsher than maybe she intended. That's what I was willing to say, at least until about 4 days ago, when after becoming active again on her PL, Nyabyss would end up posting an original rap song titled "I'm Back," in which, as part of one of the verses, she would rip the lyrics, the bar. She would drop the bars. Quote, "I liked being purple, but love being yellow. Escaped the abyss from chains that tell you no." Now, this is the only explicit reference to FaZe from what I could see. But, that being said, at this point there is no going back. There is no backpedaling. There's no rewinding the clock or memory wiping the audience to maybe try and cope that the narrative around Anya's graduation is completely out of FaZe's control, utterly irredeemable insofar as the corporation is concerned, and it is thoroughly, irrevocably become an escape plot centered around Nyabyss' lack of ever belonging in FaZe as a talent. There is no other way to characterize her tenure, no other way to characterize her departure, and more importantly, there is no other way to characterize Anya's time at FaZe beyond a failure on the part of the company. This may sound harsh, but I say this sincerely. The recruitment of Nyabyss as a talent at FaZe was a complete and utter failure on FaZe's part. It was probably good for Nyanna on a personal level because she got to experience what it was like to be a corpo talent and find out that's not the right thing for her. But for FaZe, that is a mistake that I doubt they can afford to make too many more times, if even yet one more time. One talent that you recruit that is fundamentally unsuited to being corpo is something that people will occasionally bring up when it's a slow news day. You can shrug that off just fine as a corpo. That won't disrupt your narrative too much. Multiple talents that never were meant for the corpo life and were basically just using you as a revolving door to find themselves or farm clout if you want to be cynical, that's not a mistake you can afford to make when you're a corpo. And especially not if you want to retain a solid hold over how people perceive you and how people understand your canon, your history, your brand. If you want to keep a solid hand on the reins, a solid grip on the reins, if you want to be able to control the narrative around your corporation, which any sensible corporation trying to make money is going to be incentivized to do, you cannot afford mistakes like Nyabyss or Anya Nyabyss. Regardless how you feel about her, as a talent, as a phase talent, as an indie, as a person, that much holds true. And most of all, I hope this stream has been useful in terms of illustrating to you guys how narratives work, not just how rats work, and how narratives are a tool that not only companies use, but they have to maintain, they have to protect. Sometimes companies fuck up the process of protecting the effectiveness of that tool. It's not great when it happens. It's sometimes easy to overlook if you're not looking for it, but I do think that this is the perfect case study to really illustrate that point and hammer it home, which is why I found it interesting to begin with. But yeah, this was really, in my opinion, I find this to be embarrassing for FaZe. Like, is this going to bankrupt them? No. Is it going to fundamentally change how most people see them? Also, no. I just think that it makes them look kind of dumb. To an extent where it's just, embarrassing. I hope that this is not something that FaZe is going to end up doing again. Because I'll be honest, if they do it again, it's going to compound. It's going to make them look exponentially more incompetent if they make this mistake again during recruitment or during the grad process, whichever it is. Yeah, it looks like unforced error. And again, that's ignoring all of the rats floating around that Anya just went rogue and FaZe had no response when announcing her graduation and everything afterwards, which makes them seem like a pushover, which isn't. I don't like that idea either. I'll defend her on the Christian thing. I don't believe that she's a grifter. It's just easier to say that she's genuinely got brain. Yeah, I don't feel any way about the Christian thing either. I don't think that was really relevant to the main point that I was trying to make here. Because I'll be honest, even setting aside the Christian stuff, there is plenty of material to, basically explain why Nyana was a massive narrative liability for FaZe. So, yeah, I don't think I needed to mention that as well. It's just that this is an entire situation that's been very unfortunate for both parties involved, it seems like. And generally speaking, when you have a graduation, you want it to be the opposite of that. Even if it's not perfectly the case, you want your graduations to be a case where it's bittersweet at worst. Where, the talent's done everything that they can do / want to do at your company, and you as a company are waving goodbye to someone who you've come to really care for and care about. And that's it. That's it. That's how you want things to be. Not this sort of wishy-washy, how much of this was an attempt at trying to undermine the other party. That is not what you want. Because that just lends so much fuel for rats. And the more your audience has in terms of fuel to make their own stories and speculation, the less control you have over what conclusions they come to. And I get that it sounds cynical or perhaps even unethical or manipulative to say that companies really want to be able to control how or what their audience thinks or comes to the conclusion, what conclusions their audience comes to regarding the company and how it works. But that's just fact. That's just reality. That's an everyday part of how any company functions. A company is incentivized to seek control and to attain that control through consistency, protocol, and subtextual messaging. The problem is, in this particular case, FaZe lost its grip entirely on all subtextual messaging, which is what makes this graduation feel so weird. Even if people can't put a finger on exactly what exactly it is that's throwing them off, I don't think it's an exaggeration to say that most people, when they looked at this entire sequence of events, had a feeling that something was off. I agree overall. I want to know what the hiring process was. Yeah, so that's the thing. I talked about this a little bit with Maulington during our collab, but I think while it is possible that Nyabyss auditioned for FaZe while knowing that she's not a good fit for the company, that's impossible to prove, and that's kind of besides the point. Because it is not the responsibility of the talent to go into an application with the right motivations in mind. Because, let's be honest, every talent is going to be motivated purely by self-interest. If they feel like they are going to get more money or get more exposure by joining a corporation, they are going to try regardless of whether they're a good fit for that corporation or not. Simply put, it's not their responsibility to weed themselves out of the audition process or the talent pool. It is the responsibility of the company to find them out and prevent their entry. It is the job of the company to draw a line between auditionees who have motivation versus auditionees who have motivation and would suit the company. And in this case, the only conclusion that I can come to is that for some reason, FaZe didn't manage to uphold that responsibility. They let slip. It's not Nyabyss' fault that she got in. It's, although this may sound reductive, objectively speaking, it's FaZe's fault that they didn't gatekeep her. Mildly Lucy, thank you for the 10. Both parties were kind of dumb and short-sighted. From an individual, you can recover that within reason. As a company, it's harder to recover because it requires multiple people making multiple mistakes. Yeah. So the thing is with FaZe, right? How do I say this? The thing that I find frustrating about this is that it feels like such a slap in the face because up until now, FaZe did actually look like they had a proper established graduation protocol. Like a way of doing things that they would repeat over and over without any issue. And with deliberate intention because they know how it works and why it works. But Nyabyss breaks from all of that, which is what makes it really awkward. Slap in the face, yeah. Slap in the face. Alright, hold on. Let me switch over to the head hold screen. I'm going to go through the super chats that I might have missed. Let me just make sure that switched. Okay. Let me take a look. There should be a screen for this, right? Fan funding. Yeah, there we go. Billy, thank you for the 5 Singaporean. I cannot read that Mandarin character. I apologize. Fun thing for the 2, so basically the Playmaster and the plotter. Mildly, thank you for the 2. ESL woman with no internal monologue. I don't even think it's an ESL thing. I don't even think it's a no internal monologue thing. I think it's just. I think it's either being cheeky or just, well, not really thinking at all, to be honest. Mordecai, thank you for being a Footstool for 20 months. It's the cringe. It's too much. Yeah. Zoofield, thank you for being a Footstool for 18 months. Dang it, I'm late. No problem at all. The VOD's always there, and I'll be timestamping it later. Let me see. Funless, thank you for the 5. Just tell your audience what GG's. Billy, thank you for being a Footstool for 25 months. Congrats on the pregnancy. Hold on, what are you talking about? I don't see any pregnancies here. Gal Kaiser, thank you for the 5. Metamorphosis fucked me up. I think it fucked up most people who read it, to be honest. Josie, thank you for the 2. They have a lollipop tattoo to their foreheads. Yeah. Hold on, let me see if there's anything I missed. Thomas, thank you for the 5. All rats are real. You'd think that sometimes, based on how some of these industry happenings turn out. Vshoujo was damning for the rats are real thing. Like, that is so... I don't think 4chan has ever gained so much credibility than the days following when Vshoujo died. Actually, no, I take that back. In the same way that it might have gained credibility in the sense of, like, the rats being true, it also lost credibility in the sense that the astroturfing was done by a bunch of bum C-suite execs from a fake company. So... yeah, Potato King, thank you for becoming a Footstool as well. I missed that right at the beginning. But I think that is all of the super chats and memberships that I missed that I've now caught up on. Which she had to go rogue with the graduation announcement. See, that's the thing, right? I personally subscribe to the theory that that was her going rogue and not getting management's approval beforehand, because of all of the circumstantial evidence that seems like that makes it look like such a break from how FaZe traditionally does things, and also how the function, like the actual words that she uses, makes no sense in context of the intended purpose behind them. And I would assume, like, okay, let's be honest. FaZe has never exactly been great at management. The only thing PR-wise that they've really excelled at is shutting the fuck up and waiting for people to stop talking about them. Which is a legitimate strategy, but that doesn't exactly instill confidence in me that if they did have to say something, they'd know what to say. So I'm not exactly, I'm not going to bend, I'm not going to bend over and suck FaZe off and praise them for being PR, praise their management for being really well versed in PR or whatever. But I would like to think that FaZe is not so incompetent when it comes to actually saying shit PR wise that they would make the mistake of saying, oh, disagreement with management, and then allowing Anya to go on and elaborate in sordid detail as to what exactly she means by disagreement with management. I think that that's a mistake that FaZe management, I would like to hope, that is a mistake that FaZe management would not make. Because that is, if that is indeed something that a manager looked at and gave the go-ahead to, that is retarded. That is really, really dumb. And it betrays a complete lack of understanding of the thing that they are presumably trying to imitate, which is HoloLive. Like, I get FaZe wanting to emulate HoloLive. I understand. Not just because several of the people in FaZe are fans of HoloLive, but because as a company, HoloLive is understandably a sort of exemplar for what you want your company to become. That being said, there is a reason why HoloLive does the things that it does, and a reason why it works for HoloLive. Change the context, you change the subtext. Change the context, you alter the function. And if the function isn't the same, the results won't be either. And that's what I am concerned about sometimes when I see glimpses of what looks like FaZe trying to copy Holo. I worry that they try to copy Holo without understanding why Holo works. Oh, Tatters, thank you. Welcome to the stream, by the way. You're a good speaker. I always enjoy videos of these videos. I'm glad to hear that. It's very kind of you to say so. If I was Sakana, I'd add a clause to new contracts where talents not stream 3 months after the graduate. See, that's the thing, right? Because then you get into an argument of, oh, is that ethical or whatever. I think the whole Anya Nyana problem, a much easier fix and a much easier gap to remedy, in my opinion, is having some sort of conversation or clause in the pre-debut stage that you get some sort of agreement you get them to sign to not explicitly allude to your company in any of their grad material leading up to their debut with your company. Nyana did not have to put a clip of a fish dressed in a business suit driving a van through a church door in her final graduation stream. That was entirely her choice. And in my opinion, that is a choice that should not have been permitted by FaZe. Because it's unprofessional, it gets in the way of proper branding when she's debuting with her gen later on. It makes the Anya IP less... It erodes the integrity of the Anya IP by making it seem more like a continuation of Nyana Benyana rather than something that FaZe created. So I cannot think of a single reason why it would be better to permit that kind of stuff to go ahead rather than to just find some way of preventing it. I just do not think it is I don't think it's something that they should continue to overlook going forward when they debut future gens. Because now that Nyana's pulled it off, you can bet a kidney that there are going to be other indies that audition for FaZe in the future that are looking to do the exact same thing that Nyana just did. I promise there will be many, many more indies who try to apply for FaZe and do the exact same thing that Nyana did. Mark my words, they will use her as a template. And it will be on FaZe to stop any of them from entering. Zippy Zap, thank you for the 5. This year has really been a roller coaster for FaZe, with ups with FaZe and downs in terms of managing talents and PR. Like any roller coaster ride, the most important part of a talent's journey, PR strategy, whatever, are guardrails and actual rails. You need to be able to control where the thing is moving, even if it's going really, really fast. Because if you don't, people tend to fall off the ride. And when people fall off the ride, things tend to get nasty for you. Ice Daddy, thank you for the gifted membership. And congratulations to Exus Rye for getting sniped. I hope you enjoyed those emotes. But yeah, I think that about sums up all of the thoughts that I had about this specific topic. And I think I'll probably be wrapping as well, because I do want to start cooking some food. Apologies again for the late start to this stream. Yeah, I don't know where that stuff is coming from, and don't even know what exactly the fix was, because I just mindlessly followed the tutorial that I had. Gotta have rails or you can... I like that. Gotta have rails or you're going to get railed. I like that. It's crass, it's snappy, but I think it gets to the heart of the matter quite nicely. Alright, so the next stream topic that I have lined up, based off the poll that I posted 2 weeks ago, is a little bit more niche of a topic, but I think is more in line with something that I personally find quite interesting, and I know quite a few of you guys find quite interesting as well, which is Luminar's acquisition and the existence of an industry niche that runs without even needing to care about viewers, as contradictory as that may sound. But yeah, I'll be putting out a formal announcement for that, putting up a waiting room for that at some point later on this week, and in likelihood it will be... I have my ability to stream is still compromised because of various IRL things. I will elaborate in detail at some point in the future when things settle down, but I won't be able to stream next week, and when I schedule this, the upcoming stream, it will likely be for 2 weeks into the future, 2 weeks from now. So yeah, the Luminara topic is funny because actually kind of like the Anya Nyabyss graduation. I don't think in and of itself it's anything new or even that interesting, but I do think it is a very convenient segue to talk about a concept or topic that I do find to be under-acknowledged, under-discussed, and worth actually dissecting. So yeah, I hope you guys look forward to that. Thank you again for tuning into this stream. Fun, let's think about the 2. Put it up as serious announcement, something like that. Yeah. I don't want to do that though, because again, it feels cheap. It feels crass. I don't love the idea of doing that. But yeah, thank you for all of the super chats and all of the memberships as well, the gifted memberships. I've had a lot of fun getting back into doing streaming, even if I have been doing it way more sporadically than I did in the past. I do hope that at some point in the near future I'm able to go back to regular weekly streaming. Also, I want to be completely, honest with you guys up front. The production on the video has also slowed to a crawl because of various things going on IRL. So I did say that I was going to try to get it out by the end of last month, but that's just not something that I was going to be able to do. I'm not going to promise like a definitive this is when it's going to be uploaded thing, because I don't want to continue doing this thing where I promise a date and because things come up I'm not able to deliver. So yeah, I'm going to be completely upfront. I have no idea when I'm going to be able to get it completely done and uploaded, but when I'm in a place, as I've said before, when I'm in a place with the video where I feel like I can say for certain, yeah, it's going to be uploaded within like the next 1 or 2 weeks or whatever, then I'll say something. But until then, I'm not going to be bringing it up every so often. So yeah. Yeah, video editing does kind of suck. It is video editing is one of those things where I love the final result. I hate the process of doing it. But yeah, it's also not something that I can really afford to do because I need to set aside time to do that. I don't want to just pump out something that I'm half-heartedly, okay with. So yeah. But yeah. Understood. Xanthopy, as much as I hate to admit it, you're probably on the money there. You're probably on the money. But yeah. In any case, thank you once again for tuning in. I will probably move to... I'll start by looking to see who I can raid, actually. I feel like recently I've been more critical of FaZe in terms of what I've had to say about it than not. I don't hate the company, right? Like I haven't done a 180 on whether I like FaZe or its talents or anything, but sometimes I worry. Sometimes I worry. I want to be able to articulate those worries. They come up. Because who knows, maybe somewhere in this long and wordy stream, some of you guys have come across a vocabulary or concepts that may help you to articulate some of your own concerns or why you find certain things disquieting or just plain weird. Any of you guys have a suggestion for someone to raid right now? Someone who's live right now? Can I clip you? Oh yeah, sure. You can clip any of my streams. That's perfectly fine. Oh yeah, just again, I'll be timestamping the VOD. Just wait a few hours after after I end stream, because it usually takes that much time. Get back to the VOD, watch through it, and put up timestamps after doing everything. After the after-stream aftercare, so to speak. Oh, is Pio live? Hold on, let me see. I do think that a lot of the blunders that FaZe has made this year is kind of an inevitable part of really limit testing just what you're capable of after growing into a bigger... Oh, sorry, not growing, but... Well, growing and also coming into a bigger position of prominence than you're used to. Alright, I'll raid Pio then, since that seems like a pretty good suggestion. Alright, not the first time I've raided into Pio, but again, behave, as always. I want you to all give good conduct of yourselves, blend in seamlessly, but also enjoy yourselves, be kind to her. And yeah, I'll be announcing the next stream at some point in the near future, and I hope to see you all then. Thank you again for tuning into this stream, and bye-bye. Otsu chair. Otsu chair.